Good evening and welcome to the first Collegiate Boss Battles community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a casual and fun evening of 5v5 ARAM and League of Legends, all brought to you by Voice, a nonprofit member organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. I'm your host, Jacob. I'm joined here by Noah to call all of the action for you here tonight. Noah, I know it's a pleasant surprise for you tonight, being able to cast some League. And as we are ready to head into some League of Legends actions, what are you most looking forward to in terms of the comps, the potential choices that these teams could bring out?
So these are going to be custom game ARAMs, and it's not like the typical Riot ARAM. So usually kind of the honor rules is you hit random 3 times, and those are your 3 rolls. And if that, I'm assuming that's the case, and you kind of like type that in the chat. And if that's what we're doing, then I would like to see teams go for really tanky compositions or go for these super duper annoying like Xerath, Lux, poke comps, because those are like the 2 dominating comps in ARAM. It's either you got poke or you got your tankiness, and there is options and room in between for there to be some choices of like maybe you decide to have an ADC that you just kind of funnel all the gold onto, but I would be very surprised if we see that.
Well, no matter what we see from these teams, I would certainly expect us to see some flashy moves, because this organization, Voice, is made up of coaches of various esport programs. I know we have coaches from such prestigious colleges as Maryville playing in Voice, and they better know their stuff. I mean, like, their students, their whole program is going to be watching this event, waiting to pull out any sort of mistake, you know, to put it in a Twitch clip and then play it on loop in their Discord group for all eternity should any mistake be made.
Obviously, the tables will be turned now. The coaches will be the one being coached. I hear that some of these coaches and players are masters. Some of them master, maybe just one. But we also have some diamonds, and I also hear that we have the head of Riot's collegiate program for both CVAL and League of Legends, Tiza. So this is going to be a delight to see kind of like these guys look like.
It's not just the coaches, but people involved with the official Riot ecosystem as well. So a complete like you said, tables have been turned for tonight. It's all brought to you by Voice. Their vision is to be a voice of higher education in esports, bringing the collegiate scene together to build consensus and solve problems facing our institutions and students. And we're going to be hosting this event brought on by them, 5v5 best of 3 custom ARAM games. We can see what is before us in terms of a roster. I gotta say, I also like nice on production on getting those logos in there. They always put in nice logos for the team. And the first one that we're going to be seeing tonight is Billy Sprouts versus Boosted Lanimals at the very bottom there. Nice emote game being brought out.
I do love how Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated is Yumi. Because Yumi is the embodiment of evil. I just love that Riot took her out back and smacked her with a Nerf bat on 13.1B.
The cat's been taken to a nice farm upstate.
Upstate, absolutely. So I would be very surprised if we do actually see a Yumi and ARAM. That's not necessarily the strategy, but I just love the names. Billy Sprouts versus Boosted Animals. Some of them are a little less original, like
generic.
Team 1.
Yeah.
Team 6 and Team 4.
Team 6 and Team 4, you know. I'm sure there are very strong opinions, though. But we will come to know the various individual players behind these teams as we get into the draft coming out.
So it looks like we actually do have picks and bans?
Might be. This might also need to be updated, too, because I don't know if I've ever seen this. Oh, blue team did not ban.
Blue team did not ban. So
I guess they're just saying we're confident enough that you can have whatever you want.
Oh, so I guess this is more like not necessarily random, but it's like it's Howling Abyss, but you get to pick the composition.
Okay. So it seems like the most recent pick that came through for Red Team was Nautilus being brought out. One of the ones that you were hoping to see, or you're calling one?
Nautilus, because there's already like basically 2 supports there. Nautilus is a tanky, he's Engager. Alongside Rakan, you can do a lot of devastating damage, lots of long time, long effect CC. And we already have Jin Gangplank, so that's already a lot of heavy AD damage on the blue side.
Next pick will be brought out pretty soon, and the only ones that were banned, just to go over, Cho'Gath, next pick.
Cho'Gath. Yeah, in ARAM, you really got to have at least one tank, because if you're just a team full of squishies, if the other team like has somebody who can just soak up all that damage, they can just like snowball in, go in, and then any effective engage is just gone. So that Cho'Gath, if it's an AP Cho'Gath, that would be very scary to see. But we actually do see Veigar. So kind of
where's Hayden? Where's Hayden Veigar? He was a
that different spelling, different
spelling. You're gonna bring that.
His is a George R.R. Martin reference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Veigar the dragon from House of the Dragon, not a Veigar.
Didn't help that he plays League though, so
it doesn't help that he plays League. So yeah, it looks like Red Team's going full sweat on this, using all their bans, banning out J4, Lux, Lee Sin, Master Yi, Morgana. So I know Morgana and Lux, those bindings can be annoying. J4 is such a devastating engager on ARAM, on Howling Abyss, because there's nowhere to run. And Master Yi, if he gets resets, he can be so annoying with that Duskblade of Drakthar. He goes invisible every time he gets a kill, and then so you can't even track him.
My just general rule with the picking of Cho'Gath is I never take a team seriously unless one of their picks has an apostrophe in their name, okay? Because once you bring the apostrophe out, it's sounding serious.
Well, the apostrophe usually, other than Cassante, because I don't know where Cassante's from, and he just got recently released, and he kind of broke the cycle. Those are the Void Champions, the creatures from the Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
You got Kaisa, you got Cho'Gath, you got Rek'Sai, all those Void creatures, all the gremlins are usually the annoying ones.
Usually the annoying
and
ones.
Yeah, lo and behold, Cassante is annoying, but he is not from the Void, unfortunately. And we do have Sona coming in. So this is kind of looking more like a standard team composition on the blue side versus kind of an interesting sort of...
Do we have standard versus organized chaos is what you're...
Well, they're just kind of going for AoE, kind of being annoying. You got so much CC. And this is what I was talking about, the Xerath coming through, because you always got to have that long-range poke on ARAM. If not, you're trolling. So...
But speaking of trolling, we still don't know what the pick of Red Team is, because it seems they're the ones going for a very kind of annoying comp.
I think we're going to see some AD coming in here for the last pick for Red Team. Otherwise, Blue Team can just pick Magic Resist, and it's going to be very difficult. And we have Callista. So I'm actually very curious to see who Callista uses her dagger on. She might change it mid-game. And for those who didn't know, the dagger allows whoever is basically tethered, they can do extra damage whenever they attack, and Callista attacks the same target. And her ultimate can also like throw them in for an engage, knocks everyone up that gets hit. So,
well, the picks have been brought through for both teams for Billy Sprouts and Boosted Lanimals. Still kind of interesting, Billy Sprouts opted not to go for any of their bans. So if they don't win this, they might have at least one tool in their pocket that they can bring out next time.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is a best of 3, so obviously, usually games on Howling Abyss, when it's kind of organized, like there was that ARAM Clash that I did, all those games were very, very quick wins. Because usually, when it comes to like team ARAMs, when you're not just playing with a bunch of random people, is like you say, all right, we're going in, or we have a strategy. And usually that just rolls over. It kind of swings one way or the other. It doesn't end up lasting that long.
It's a funny thing that the game is shorter when you don't have a 10-man and Baron dance going on. You know, that does cut down the length of the game considerably.
Yeah. I think we're going to see some very quick games, at least a few in this entire series. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see like a 10-minute match.
That would certainly be. I mean, in terms of a best of 3, In terms of Riot games, especially League and Valorant, known for their long games, a 10-minute game, certainly isn't an unpleasant surprise, I would say. So as we are ready, we're going to be calling this. But beforehand, we've been giving all our strategies to the game, but the one you really should be following is Doc's keys to the game. And in League of Legends, that's going to be to win the draft, strategic rerolls, don't sit on 10K gold, and ban Soraka. It's as simple as that. You'll win every time if that happens, according to Doc Haskell. And it's all brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Jacob and Noah here calling the action for you on our Voice League of Legends ARAM community tournament. Seems to be a fun night of just some casual gameplay ahead of us, or maybe not so casual, because, again, I need to remind, we have people from Riot, we have people who are official coaches of university teams playing tonight. We've got some very top talent, and based on that top talent that we're going to have tonight, I'm going to ask you right now, are you calling it? Are we going to be going into Game 3, or is this going to be sort of a stomp? Is it going to be 2-0, or are we going to see all 3 games?
I would love to say that it's going to be a Game 3, but depending on how this goes, especially if Blue Team doesn't ban again, this might just be a 2-0. Obviously, this all depends on the skill of the players. There is definitely skill expression is the really big factor in ARAM. Less so because it's so confined, you got to play as a team, and we do actually see our team compositions here again. So, if this Gangplank and this Jhin can set up a huge combo with Sona, then they can get the advantage versus, it's much easier on Nautilus to just press R and Lulu to just press W and Vygar to just press any ability. So if Blue Team can pull this off better, I think they have a chance. And if they do well here, maybe they can take it into a 2-0. However, if I had to be a betting man, I would say Red Team's going to take it, and then if they're going to use their bans again, it's going to be a 2-0 for Red Team.
Well, the time for trying to predict predictions and pure conjecture is over. We are now ready to head into our first match, Billy Sprouts versus Boosted Lanimals. First match of our 3v3 Voice Community ARAM tournament. Ready to hop into the action on ARAM. We are just a few seconds away, less than half a minute, for heading down toward the icy, cold atmosphere that is Howling Abyss. Not too dissimilar for how it's been during winter. It's been some chilly nights out there, but I guess it's just thematically appropriate at this point.
I suppose that is true. We did have kind of like a cold snap earlier, kind of late December, early January. It's kind of warmed up a little bit, and so maybe seeing some snow will give me some fond memories of when it was colder.
Now, just for context, for those of you who don't know, slightly warmer means it's still below freezing every night, so it's slightly warmer. Here we go.
All right, we have Nautilus getting an engage on. The Vygar cage does come through, and it looks like Jurgio Slakiv is the name. Will take quite a bit of damage to this Cho'Gath, already pretty low. If we look at the items, this Cho'Gath does get a Kindle Gem and a Tear, so he's not necessarily that tanky quite yet. And we see that the Gangplank and the Jhin are farming. Blue side will get an early push.
Some early farming back and forth in the early stages of this game. Is there anything that's going to stand out to you in terms of the items purchased? What are the main things you're looking for there?
Well, we see that Callista started with one of the ARAM items, so that is stronger early, but it will set back her item building a little bit. We see the Bandoglass mirror on the Lulu, so she's not going some sort of 80 Lulu on hit or AP. She's going support Lulu. Same with Rakan, getting that Aegis. Speaking of Brain Blast, and Jurgio Slavic goes back in, and Savit might just be dead. Kalista finishes it off with the Ren. The Cho'Gath goes, walks back into Ren range as well. This Vygar cage might be devastating. We'll see if the sums come through, and Doc Turkey will fall. That's a triple kill for the Kalista. That is not what you want. Is this going to be a quadra kill for the Kalista? Kalista flashes forward. That's a quadra kill. You know you have to do it. This is one of the unspoken ARAM rules. You have to go in for the pentakill. However, Gangplank is here, so maybe the pentakill is not possible, and it looks like this Kalista is just going to be happy with the 4-0.
The immortal words that you just said, you know, starting out, you know, with a quadra kill against you, that's not what you want. Just as a pure understatement. When I was hearing you say that, I was like, that's the understatement of the year.
Yeah, but this is the weirdest thing, because Kalista is such a weak, super duper weak ARAM champion, because she just like is attacked so slow, and unless she has a team to support her, she can't really do much, especially when she doesn't have items, she doesn't have attack speed. So this is basically going to kickstart her scaling and her ability to just be a devastating menace. I will actually be curious to see if it is a lethality Kalista or if it's just going to be regular AD carry.
We're seeing a bit of a push from Billy Sprouts back onto boosted Lanimals toward their turret. We get a bit of chip damage in here or there from their minions, but no major plays quite yet.
Savit actually missed the barrel combo on the Nautilus. Unfortunate. So it looks like this is just kind of the stalling phase of ARAM, where both teams just push to a turret, and then one team pushes back. Nautilus hits level 6. So he's going to look to go in, and this is the combo I was talking about. Recon ultimate alongside Nautilus ultimate alongside the Vygar cage. The Sona ult does come through. Brain Blast is quite low, but the Gangplank ult actually comes through, and this might be a lot of area of effect damage, and now everyone on red team is so low, and the Jhin ult will come through. The Xerath ult comes through. One gets finished off. Will another get finished off? The Lu Shield does save it, but doesn't actually need it. This is a Vygar cage. Not actually enough damage, but Brain Blast and Rogue Leader are super duper low. Brain Blast actually going back in. Will just get picked up by Savit, and the Xerath actually can't finish off Vygar. And now it's low champions on both sides.
Yeah, Rogue especially playing with a bit of danger. We're going to see how much damage Billy Sprouts is going to be content to take before another team engage comes through.
The important part is the Kalista died, and that allowed her to reset to get her gold, to get her items. We see that she's going for the Bork first item, Blade of the Ruined King, which will allow her to attack quite quickly and do a lot of damage to those tanks and kind of chase down people. I am curious to see what the Nautilus, the Lulu, and the Recon build. We see, I think this is going to be a lethality Jhin on blue team, which is kind of smart because you can't go conventional ADC on ARAM with Jhin because you're really just poking out. And Brain Blast will knock up Trigio Slokhiv. Gets very low, and now Nautilus, Mama Ashley is going in. Savit has to be careful. He might get rended. He will not get rended. And nobody actually dies, but now this will be red side priority to push into this turret.
No one dies, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually very low, hanging on by a thread, so one well-placed snipe could just do it.
And Jhin ult is almost up. Gangplank ult is about 3/4 of the way there, so ult is almost up. Xerath ult just came up. Mama Ashley might be looking for Doc Turkey. Might be looking for Savit. Yeah, we'll go for Savit. And actually the barrel comes through, finishes off the Vygar. But Gangplank will get rended, and now Doc Turkey gets pulled in. He has no mana, he gets exhausted. He will get rended once again, and now this is looking like another quadra kill. Is this going to be a pentakill for real? Clue? No, it will not! The Recon stole it! Oh my. This is the part where you type in all chat, report Recon.
This is also the point where, as one of our other casters, Artie Rain would just say, "Why are you complaining when you're winning?" And that's kind of the...
It's about the principle.
It's about the principle of the thing.
And Vigar pressed the fun button on Gangplank, that execute right here. But Xerath will get 2, might get 3. Actually, Cho'Gath steals it. Scumbag Cho'Gath. And Xerath.
See, that's always the problem when I play these type of games. I just forget to hit the fun button. And then if I did, my experience would be so much better.
And Mama Ashley is learning that when you're in a mobile champion, you kind of just take a lot of damage for free. This Kalista is doing a good job of just dodging all these skill shots. This is very difficult. It's way harder than it looks. You have the Brain Blast and Caitlyn portaling in. Mama Ashley just taking so much damage for free.
A bit of an information on the players that we have playing on both teams. On the side of Billy Sprouts, we have Pioneer, the director of St. Xavier Esports. Brain Blast is the director of Converse Esports. Ashley is graduate of Grandview Esports and does graphic design.
And Mama Ashley flashes hooks, knocks up the Xerath, and the Xerath will get killed by the Kalista once again. This is looking like a repeat. I feel like I've seen this before. And the Ren comes through, won't finish off anybody, but Rogue Leader will die. And actually, Mama Ashley gets a nice pull and will get another kill. Doc Turkey has to run away, but he just gets pulled once again. This Nautilus is being so devastating, and now they're just tanking turrets, and this Kalista is on a killing spree. Once again, 11-2 at 8 minutes.
And to just some shout-outs to the victorious team, who does look like they're going to be picking up first tower right now. Ryoklu is the editor at League Spot, assistant GM with Supernova, and coach is at St. Mary University.
And we actually do see Ryoklu going down there. Xerath is ulting. We'll see if he can land anything. He only gets 3 shots. Level 1, and the range isn't that long. So Rogue Leader, Caitlyn, Brain Blast are just kind of have to wait for their teammates. This Kalista already has 2 completed items. Blade of the Rune King and Runon's Hurricane. She's going to do a lot of damage to a lot of people. And now we see Jack Show on the Nautilus. So that's going to allow the Nautilus to be very tanky. And Slavic is just taking the turret. I don't know if that's a good idea. Seems to work out. The clarity does come through. And Doc Turkey actually takes a lot of damage. I think the Bork proc got procced on him. Now we just have Doc Turkey and the Xerath kind of lingering in the bush. And I think we're just going to have a push both ways. We're not going to really have a fight.
Yeah, despite the pick on to Caitlyn, it's more of a case of them bending but not breaking. Boosted Lanimals still making their presence. No, that's risky to pick up a bunch of minions.
And now Ryoklu is just getting CC chained, getting just absolutely slowed and damaged. And maybe that was saying, hey guys, we're just going to lose this turret, so we might as well, you know, get resets earlier rather than later. And now Savit will get knocked up. He will use the orange, but that can't stop a knock-up. And now Ryoklu is gigantified. Might finish off Doc Turkey. Will finish off Doc Turkey. Will finish off the Xerath. Is this going to be the pentakill this time? The red comes through, and this will be the pentakill! And this Kalista has gotten 2 quadra kills and 1 pentakill already in 10 minutes and 1 ARAM the first ARAM we're watching.
Well, that's going to be second tower moved in on by Boosted Lanimals. I just got to say, Ashley and Brain Blast, I just don't know if Billy Sprouts has anything that can match the tankiness of them.
And this is what I was talking about, is that the red side composition is just so much easier to execute, and we see Pioneer coming in. That's a Sona. Will just immediately get evaporated.
Melted.
They're just throwing away their lives for free. I don't know if Billy Sprouts wants to go to the next game, but they certainly are expediting the process. Slavic will flash out, but does have the Kalista stacks on him. And now the Xerath might be damaged, and this is the thing. Cho'Gath still have the stacks, and now the Cho'Gath will be dead. Maybe this Gangplank can clear the wave, but Brain Blast and Mommy Ashley just don't care. Ryoklu is just such a menace, 18-3.
They took up the second tower, took out the inhibitor as well, got a bit of damage onto both the Nexus turrets. It's finally going to be a reset for Boosted Lanimals. Almost looked like there was no end in sight for them. They're going to head back, heal up a bit.
And this is a worst case scenario for Billy Sprouts, because even if you kill the Kalista, yeah, maybe you're going to get the tier 1 on their side, but with the portals and with the game being still so early, this Callista is going to come back with another completed item, and the rest of the team is just going to have more items to support the Callista. So really, it's a lose-lose for the blue side, but maybe they can pull something off. Maybe they get an amazing barrel combo with this Gangplank, who already has the Essence Reaver and the Quick Blades. It did get changed, so it's only 40% crit now. We see Brain Blast going in, Charms 3, and Slavic is just not tanky enough. Can't do any damage. Riglu is legendary. Pioneer will single-handedly ult the Callista, and now Xerath will fall. The Gangplank flashes in. Savit can't save it, and Dog Turkey can't attack fast enough, and that is an ace for boosted Lanimals, and you have to believe that this will be the end of the game.
Yep, at least 10 seconds at a minimum before someone else trickles in. All the respawns are pretty staggered as it is. One tower is going to fall like nothing. The rest is going to follow, and this is indeed game, I would call it.
Yeah, we'll see if they finish it off. Ryoklu. And yeah, Slavic is just tanking damage for free. The Gangplank ult does come through. The Xerath ult is coming through. Maybe this is saved. Ryoklu might fall. Mommy actually will fall as well. And now Brain Blast is out of mana. There will be the health relic. And it looks like the Xerath is flashing through. Will take a lot of damage. Might be able to finish off. And looks like the Zhonya's will actually save their life for now. They actually will survive. And now Caitlyn, this is just a little bit of a support Lulu. Chemtech Putrefire. Shirelius can't really do much. Pioneer just kind of playing with their food. Maybe wants to give over the Xerath. We'll give it over the Xerath. That's an ace on the other side. But now, like I was saying, Kraken Slayer Gunsuz. 4 completed items on this Callista. 21-4.
And the one benefit for them winning so many fights is they just haven't had the opportunity to spend this very sizable now 3K gold lead that they've built up over Billy Sprouts. And now we're going to see all that gold put to work.
If we have to give something over to the blue side, I will say this Gangplank is doing an excellent job of farming 76 CS. Farming is an important part of ARAM because you can really funnel a lot of gold. Yes, you do get the passive gold, 6 gold, even if you don't get the last hit. But, you know, getting those last hits is important. You just don't want to let those minions die to your own minions because you're just losing gold.
Well, this could be very well the final team fight for Boosted Lanimals. One more victory here, and they've got an open Nexus to just pelt with damage. Will it be decided right here as Brain Blast starts things out?
And Dog Turkey just dead. Pioneer dead. This might be another... No, it's not going to be another pentakill. But it might be another quadra kill for the Callista. The Ren comes through, Rakan steals it. So that's a triple kill, and this is the end of the game. It's literally a 5-0. I'll finish it at 14:59. 15 minutes. So a very quick game. 15-minute win there for the Boosted Lanimals.
Well, once again, thank you very much to Voice for putting on this Collegiate Boss Battle series taking place right now. We aim to serve a trusted source of industry data, provide a platform for learning and sharing program best practices, bring together a diverse peer group of collegiate leaders, advocate for our members, and create common standards for a fair and level playing field. Thanks again to Voice for putting on the Collegiate Boss Battles ARAM event for directors and staff. And so now the question is, as we are heading into game point now for Boosted Lanimals, is Billy Sprouts was a bit content to not just do any bans here. Now that you're up against it, I think you got to use all the tools available to you.
Definitely. Maybe that Callista ban's coming through, or maybe a Rakan or Nautilus get some of those engagers off of Boosted Lanimals because they were just able to use it really well. And so maybe Billy Sprouts will try to change it up, or maybe they'll just fall over and die.
Maybe, or maybe they just don't do all the bans, but just one ban. They just take Callista out of the equation and hope for the best.
Now I'm trying to think of how many letters Callista has. It's not 5, because sometimes teams like spell things with the bans.
Oh, they do, yeah. That's a next level strategy. Unfortunately, there just isn't enough. Unless you could have both teams coordinating with each other, because then you could spell the whole thing out.
Now you can spell 10. Yeah, ban Gangplank, Gragas, Ezreal, and Zyra.
So we're actually going to head to a break before we get into the second game of the night. We'll be back with more of the Voice 3v3 ARAM tournament right after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me about all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate, it's a 1v1, it proceeds to the last moment!
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something, it gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Welcome back to the first Collegiate Boss Battles community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a casual and fun evening of 5v5 ARAM, brought to you by Voice, nonprofit member organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. We got Jacob and Noah calling all of the action for you here today. We are currently covering first round match of Billy Sprouts versus Boosted Lanimals. And Lanimals are now at their match point. So what's the main thing, Noah, if you're looking to give a prescription for how they can improve for Billy Sprouts to get back in this and drive this to a game 3?
So I did just get confirmation in my ear that this is not ARAM. They're actually drafting. So one thing that we both talked about, is Billy Sprouts needs to use some of their bands.
Yeah.
Especially if they've seen some of their picks. And they need to draft just an easier composition. You know, like the Gangplank and Xerath and Jin, like this, a lot of skill shots versus Callista, you just have to right-click. And the easier your composition is to execute, even if it's not flashier, the better your chances are usually.
Well, we'll see if that comes into play. Like I said, this is best of 3, so this is the last chance for Billy Sprouts to stay in the tournament as it is single elimination. One last chance for them to draft, maybe bring out something that Lanimals hasn't expected quite yet. But, of course, that's just our advice. We've also got Doc's Keys to the Game in League of Legends to bring to all of these teams. Doc's Keys to the Game in League of Legends is going to be to win the draft, strategic rerolls, don't sit on Ken K Gold, and we're still waiting for the Soraka man to come through. That is Doc's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Just about ready to head into the second draft. And Lee Sin's going to be the first ban, and Boosted Lanimals is going to bring out there first.
Assuming they're the... Oh, no, okay, they swapped sides. They did swap sides. So we do see the Kalista ban.
Yep,
we definitely got the side confirmation. So they say, we do not want any of that. This person smoked us about 17 times. Get that off. Get that off, Howling Abyss. I don't want to see it. Do see the Lee Sin ban coming in for the Boosted Lanimals. I guess there's some sick Lee Sin player on the side of Billy Sprouts, but...
Lux is the next ban?
Lux? Yeah. Again, you just want to get those like long-range pokers out of the way. Kind of standard fare here. I mean, Lux on Summoner's Rift is annoying enough, and that's an open map. And we see Brand, again, just really annoying, can clear all the minion waves, and just kind of pokes you out, and you get really frustrated because he presses R on you, and it's such a confined space. It bounces, and then his passive goes off, and then everyone explodes and dies and burns. So, Wukong, third ban here for Boosted Lanimals.
And Nautilus is going to be banned, too. It was just such a main tanky player that we saw. I think it was Ashley that we saw using that. I mean, they were able to break through all that health once, but not quite after that. Jarvan the fourth.
Okay, I love playing J4 on ARAM. And specifically, I love playing full lethality, either Dark Harvest or Electrocute J4 on ARAM. Because he can just one-shot the squishies on the other team. You get Axiom Arc, he can ult twice in a team fight if you get enough kills. And we kind of see that like things are a little bit of swapping. It looks like Billy Sprouts is saying, hey, that's a nice composition, I'll take it. Because they're stealing the picks that Boosted Lanimals had.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that there are more than enough second picks or replacements that Boosted Lanimals can bring into the mix. I mean, again, these are coaches of programs, so you would hope that is the case.
So Morgana, very strong on ARAM.
Lulu.
And they do get the Lulu back, so that's just something good. You already got a lot of potential. This J4 can go in, has the Black Shield, has the all the buffs on him with the Lulu. Maybe he gets gigantified, and then he just becomes an unkillable menace. But we'll see what the third pick is here for the Billy Sprouts.
Waiting for the third pick, and then the two remaining bans. And the two remaining bans that follow after that.
And Mordekaiser. So Mordekaiser's kind of like an X factor for... Yeah, Mordekaiser's kind of an X factor for Howling Abyss because he can isolate somebody. So depending on whether there's going to be another kind of like hyper carry or like ADC or something on the side of Boosted Lanimals, Mordekaiser just presses R.
I'm just getting flashbacks to early Legends of Runeterra.
Early Legends of Runeterra.
Mordekaiser was just such
he
a
takes you
pain
to
to go.
Brazil. He takes you to Brazil.
Yeah, a big tanky guy who just turns into a bigger tanky guy.
And there's like multiple routes you can go. Like you can go lethal tempo, or you can go conquer. You can kind of go a tankier Mordekaiser build. You can go full AP. Obviously, Demonic Embrace on a champion like Mordekaiser is always going to have a lot of potential.
Oh, Jinx the next ban?
Jinx from Arcane, yes. She will get banned. So they're kind of scared of another 80 carry threat there on the side of Boosted Lanimals. And Misfortune as well. And we see Master Yi, two quick bans, Master Yi and Pantheon. Again, Master Yi with the resets, and then Pantheon. I honestly don't feel like he's that strong of an Howling Abyss champion. However, his ultimates can be devastating, and I mean, assuming there's like this long scenario where it's a war of attrition, is like 30 minutes in, he can just ult your Nexus and then backdoor it. And we see Vayne. So Billy Sprouts really is just kind of stealing the composition from the boosted Lanimals. They're saying, okay, we saw your composition, now we'll do it but better.
And boosted Lanimals are answering back with a Galio pick.
And a Kog'Maw. So, pending the last pick here for Billy Sprouts, this could go either way. Malphite. Oh my god. Oh no. Malphite, I feel bad for this Kog'Maw, because like even if Lulu like gets the buffs on this Kog'Maw and like everyone protects him, like if you go full AP Malphite or you just go full tank Malphite, it doesn't matter. And you focus this Kog'Maw can't auto attack. Yeah, sure, you have 2.5 attack speed, but then when Malphite has Randuin's Omen, has Frozen Heart, and presses E on you, that goes down to about like 0.5.
So have the scales overall been tipped, in your opinion, in terms of the draft to Billy Sprouts? Or is the Malphite kind of a nice option, but still not enough to come?
I think Billy Sprouts' composition is a little disorganized compared to kind of its very focus and protect the puppy of the Kog'Maw on boosted Lanimals.
Alrighty, well, before we get into the second match, we have some replays from the first match that we saw, which boosted Lanimals got themselves up toward match point against Billy Sprouts. And I think you'll see very well why this Callista ban came through. I think that's going to be the main theme of all these replays that we see.
Yeah. How many Callista highlights are we going to see? Okay. We see Callista gets a double kill, of course. Ryoklu. Yeah, and then we see Dog Turkey just getting hooked. Jin did not have a great time.
That is a great walk animation, I just got to say, on Dog Turkey, just trying to casually walk away.
Yeah. Jin dies in style. And is this supposed to be a replay or like a highlight? Because this is mostly Billy Sprouts just... I don't want to call it intentional feeding, but that was very questionable portal usage. Which I will be, ever since the ARAM changes, I am guilty of doing that sometimes too. And is this going to be the Callista pentakill? That is the question. No, this is not the Callista pentakill. However, I think this is a Callista triple kill? No. But I think that was the last fight of the game.
Again, nothing to complain about, because why are you complaining when you're winning?
Nothing to complain about. I just would have loved to see the replay of the pentakill, because that was awesome. Or even just like 2 of the quadra kills. Yeah, and all of these are just basically looking at Ryoklu, because this person, what a menace on the Howling Abyss.
Of course, we're also seeing just a little bit about why Ashley was such a threat on that Nautilus, because that last play that we saw was really the only time they were able to break through. Now we see, once again, just a recap of the current draft that has been brought out by each team. You see Boosted Lanimals is on the left, Billy Sprouts on the right. Boosted Lanimals currently at match point. So if they win this, it'll be a 2-0 victory for them.
Yeah, if this Vayne somehow manages to get like 4 kills like the Callista did, then Billy Sprouts can definitely like do it. But Vayne on ARAM is like, you're basically balancing on a knife's edge, because yeah, she can do a lot of damage if he gets a lot of items, it gets funneled, but she's very short-ranged, and especially versus Kog'Maw and something like Lulu, yeah, Vayne tumbles in and then just gets polymorphed, and then she can't do anything for 3 seconds, and then Jarvan 4 just cataclysms. Morgana ult comes through, Galio taunts her. It'll be very difficult. So if this Mordekaiser on the side of Billy Sprouts is able to isolate this Kog'Maw, maybe they can take the 4v4. And Billy Sprouts can come ahead with the Vayne popping off. But again, I'm just going to say that, like, in terms of they're very similar now, but I think that Boosted Lanimals just kind of has the more overall cohesive composition.
All right, back down to the action. Billy Sprouts needs to win this to drive it to Game 3. Let's see how things play out.
So it looks like the Kog'Maw already took some early damage. And can we mute Lulu's laugh, please?
I don't think we're going to. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just it's just part of the price of admission with League is you got to deal with some annoying laughs.
If you could mute specific champion laughs, like Teemo laugh, Lulu laugh is definitely one of them.
I just want to have a video of every single annoying laugh together all in one. You can make the world's most annoying laugh track.
No. We actually see the claw coming through. Ryoklu and Mommy Ashley might be in trouble. Snowball comes through, and Savage kills, gets first blood, and now Mommy Ashley has to lick their wounds. And this is first blood for the Mordekaiser. Looks like he went with that, I believe it's called Guardian's Horn. So he's kind of, it looks like he's already going for a tankier Mordekaiser build. Does have that Conqueror, so he's just going to be looking to be a beefy brawler.
A little bit of chip damage onto Pioneer. Yu-Gi-Oh! Currently the one with the lowest health on the side of Billy Sprouts. Boosted Lanimals is able to reset. Brain Blast starts things off.
Yeah, Brain Blast goes in. Actually, Snowball still on Brain Blast. Mommy Ashley will go through. Doesn't use the taunt. And now Ryoklu has that extended range. Will just clear. And now with the health relic, Billy Sprouts is still looking very healthy. However, Pioneer does get caught. Oh. The Galio comes through, and Ryoklu will finish off, get the kill. But now this is the Vigar Cage, and as Mordekaiser is in 4, using the shield, and now Yurgo actually playing very dangerously. But now Diva might be in trouble. Will get finished off with the Lulu enhanced auto attack, and now this Kog'Maw has 2 kills. And it looks like this is going to be an ADC Kog'Maw, obviously, because there's a lot of magic damage. But
there it is again.
Oh my god. Please.
Actually finding themselves in a bit of trouble. It manages to be bailed out by Ryoklu. Well, not quite. Gets now taken out, so it's a trade 1-for-1 between both teams.
I'm feeling some deja vu. Ryoklu already has 3 kills. And again, they're funneling all the gold. If you notice, there's no competition like in a random ARAM when you're playing with 5 or 4 randoms to get your last hits. They're just saying, Kog'Maw, take all this gold. So this Kog'Maw is going to have so much gold and so many items when he actually does die. But for now, we just, again, kind of a lull. No, actually, Brain Blast is going in. Mordekaiser will use the Death Realm, but Savage might actually not win this. Does have the shield. It's going to be close. Mordekaiser comes out. He will get healed up a little bit, but Galio will shut him down. That's not what you want to see. And now this will be blue side having some priority. They might clear the minions and then go for some health relics, but Dog Turkey will get caught with the binding, and Sergio Slavic will use the charm, and he gets 5, but now Brain Blast just presses R, and the Malphite finishes him off, but Brain Blast will get killed by the Vigar auto attack. And now Diva is looking ambitious, will have lethal tempo stacked up. Now Savit will force some flashes out, but now Diva is taking a lot of damage. Will get snowballed, 2 snowballed, and that is Vayne dead. The Rakan flashes in, jumps in, gets some knockups, and now Savit has to try and 1v3. Maybe he's able to do it. It looks like he might actually be able to. He has Conqueror stacked up. Claw comes through, Rogue Leader, but the Relic might be the saving grace of Boosted Lanimals. The J4 completely whiffs his flag and drag, and now Savit doesn't have the shield up in time, and now Jirgio Slakiv has to just wait for their team. Mommy Ashley just says, kill me, please. But that gives Vayne the gold, and now Malphite might finish off the Morgana, and now this is looking dangerous. Vayne gets another kill. This is 3 kills for the Vayne, double kill. And looks like they're also giving the Vayne some CS as well.
And at this point now that most of Boosted Lanimals is resetting, starting to purchase, anything that you're seeing of interest in terms of their items?
If I have to look, we see the Noon Quiver on the Kog'Maw. So with kind of some tanky members, I would like to see a Kraken Slayer, especially since the Mythic passive does give you more attack speed. Vayne might go for Shield Bow, but might also go for Kraken Slayer. It's pending. Do see actually a Jack Show completed for the Galio. and obviously Leandri's Anguish on the side of the Morgana. And this is what I like to see. Pioneer is going full AP Malphite, and that is, I love to see it, because full AP Malphite can be so fun if you can manage to land the snowball or the ult flash, or the flash ult.
Of course, that is a big if. We have seen a few whiffs already in this game. Boosted Lanimals, they've normally had Brain Blast as their main opener.
Yeah, the J4's kind of been pretty good about getting good engages. Mommy Ashley just takes no damage whatsoever. I'm sad just in my heart, but I know it's the right choice for this J4 to either go Gore Drinker or Stride Breaker. I would have loved to see something like a Prowler's Claw or an Eclipse or Duskblade, because that's how I play my J4, because I just love one-shotting people. But it looks like Doc Turkey is just going to take a lot of damage. And Savit's actually going in. We'll see who he uses for the Death Realm. Pioneer does use the ultimate, but it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Now Diva's going in 1v5. Doesn't work out for the Vayne. That's some Vayne spotting points right there. Savit will get finished off, and that is a clean ace for the Boosted Lanimals.
A clean ace, and no doubt with the help of all their minions, might just pick up first tower as well. Yeah, they're going to have enough time.
Definitely going to get first tower. And importantly, it looks like Kog'Maw got some more kills. Also important, this is an important thing on Howling Abyss. Remember, when you get that tier 1, you get extra biscuits. You need to feed the Poros. They're starving.
Of course, you don't want to forget the Poros. They're already going to get the second tower down to half health before the re-engage comes through from Billy Sprouts.
And this looks like Brain Blast will die. The Galliot will come through. Maybe Pioneer. Pioneer is squishy. It's an AP Malphite. And maybe Diva sees gold in their eyes. But Mordekaiser will get a triple kill. Vayne will get 1 kill. And now the Mordekaiser wants a quadra kill. Says, you guys got a quadra kill in last game, and now I want a quadra kill. So, I guess history repeats itself.
Brain Blast is going to be the first to be brought online, but it's not enough time before Boosted Lanimals is going to lose their first tower, although Brain Blast is coming in. Not going to take the full engage, though. I don't blame him.
Yeah, this J4 does have the Gore Drinker completed, and it looks like this is going to be Death Stand's second item. So that will allow Brain Blast to actually do a lot of damage while being tanky. However, not even that J4 can 1v5. And now we see the Recon engage. Charms 4 gets Polymorph, only knocks up Rogue Leader. And the Vayne is just immediately dead to this J4. Now Pioneer, the AP Malphite couldn't even do anything. Just immediately dead. This is a double kill. And this is going to be another double kill. And now Savit has to run away. It seems like this is always going to happen with Savit always being the last person alive. And this is a triple kill. This Jarvan 4 who is looking pretty shiny after that whole engage.
The only problem, oh no, they do have a few minions, but minions kind of late to that, but they just have enough time. They already got the tower down to half health, so they're going to be able to mow that down pretty quickly. I'd also say this is probably an inhibitor picked up for them.
Definitely getting the inhibitor. This is the part where Pioneer needs to use that portal, jump in, press R, and immediately die. No, I'm just kidding. It's Savit. Ghost used by somebody. Oh, it was Diva. Diva used the Ghost for some reason. Maybe thought that they were going to get some resets, but... And this is actually a Gale Force on the Vayne, so interesting. And Shield Bow on the Kog'Maw. So maybe I'm just a Kraken Slayer stan because I just love doing true damage and having more attack speed. And love 3-hit passives, but seems like the ADC players on both sides have different opinions.
Bunch of the minions all cleared out for Billy Sprouts. A few of those empowered minions heading up.
Vayne is just AFK. Okay, and will just immediately die. It looks like Kog'Maw will get taken to the Death Realm, but Ryoklu is doing a good job of kiting Shield Bow will get popped, and it looks like Ryoklu might be able to get saved in time, and it looks like Gigantify comes out just in time. The gigantic growth. Sergei will fall, and now Doc Turkey on the Vygar can do only nothing. And how many quadra kills have we had now? Like 5? 4? A lot. We've had a lot of quadra kills. And already at about 11 minutes, Boosted Lanimals are knocking at the door of Billy Sprouts.
Last time we saw a 15-minute victory, so we're kind of on pace for that. Savvy was in a hurry to get there, but at what cost is the question.
I haven't been saying it wrong the entire time. Savvy T or Savit, doesn't matter. It looks like they won't have it, and it looks like the Radiant Virtue Recon will come in. That is 2 kills picked up. Rogue Leader will probably fall. Yes, there's the AP Malphite damage, but now Ryuklu has Lethal Temple fully stacked up, and now, that's the attack range, the extended attack range, the Cogmouth W and the Lethal Tempo. Finishes off this Malphite, who has a Night Harvester, but doesn't have a chance. He says goodnight.
We're going to have a bit of a lull in the action as Boosted Lanimals still waiting for 3 of their teammates to respawn. And just a little bit more CS picked up by Billy Sprouts. But overall, CS has been kind of a lot more even kind of team-wide in this match.
Yeah, it looks like, obviously, Morgana's entire thing is that she pokes with her W. So she's going to pick up minions, and then Galio again poking. So it's kind of, the love is kind of being shared on both sides here.
And this could be the final team fight right here, right now to end this.
They won't have super minions. There looks like they're eyeballing some sort of engage. Pioneer doesn't have flash, doesn't have snowball. Savvy T might just be dead. Brain Blast flashes out of the Vigor cage, and now Mommy Ashley flashes, uses the taunt, the Cataclysm comes through, and it looks like the back line of Billy Sprouts is just getting demolished. Rogue Leader will finish off Pioneer, and Jurgio Sloghiv can only watch. As, again, this is just more clean aces, and this is going to be even faster, 2 minutes faster. A 13-minute win for Boosted Lanimals, taking it 2-0 over Billy Sprouts.
Taking no prisoners whatsoever, winning in a 2-0 sweep, and moving on in the bracket. 2-0, congratulations to Boosted Lanimals for winning that. And overall, a thank you again to Voice for putting on this ARAM boss battle event. It's nice to have their support and the support of so many heads of universities, people in prominent positions, and industry insiders playing a nice, fun, casual ARAM tournament. And might be a pretty fast one if the games keep pace with what we just saw.
You say casual, I say 15 minutes and 13 minutes.
15 and 30 minutes.
13, yeah. 15
and 30. See, even now, just the base instinct for me to saying this game is going to at least go on 30 minutes as it does in Summoner's Rift, I am just in that mindset, but we're in rapid fire right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what I was expecting. Like, whenever you have these like competitive ARAMs or competitive Howling Abyss, it's always usually going to be a stomp. So we see the bracket right now. We have Team 4. Looks like they took their victory. And Billy Sprouts, obviously, they got their victory as well. Or, sorry, Boosted Lanimals.
Yeah, Boosted Lanimals. Still waiting for it. Looks like we also got a few other team names that were filled in. Team 1 has now been officially named Daft Punk Appreciation, as they will go by. We'll see if that name change was worth it, though, because if they don't move on in the tournament, that's kind of the name change is all for nothing.
Yeah, if they don't move on, they're going around the world. They're going to have to be harder, better, faster, and stronger.
Well, we'll have a quick break and show you some replays, and then be back with the next round of the Voice ARAM tournament after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me about all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate, it's a 1v1, and Prestige does it! The last moment!
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something, it gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice. So you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else could make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away. I know the feelings always fade. It's not too late for us to slip I've walked this road, the one foretold would lead us home. Our fate's unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've held the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else can make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away.
Wants to be very tanky, and Slavic is just taking the turret. I don't know if that's a good idea. Seems to lingering in the bush, and I think we're just gonna have a push both ways. We're not gonna really have a fight.
Yeah, despite the pick onto Caitlyn, it's more of a case of them bending but not breaking. Boosted Lanimal still making their presence. No, that's risky to pick up a bunch of minions.
And now Ryoklu is just getting CC chain. He will use the orange, but that can't stop a knockup. And now Ryoklu is gigantified. Might finish off Dog Turkey. Will finish off Dog Turkey. Will finish off the Zareth. Is this going to be the pentakill this time? The red comes through, and this will be the pentakill. And this Callista has gotten. And this is what I was talking about, is that the red side composition is just so much easier to execute, and we see Pioneer coming in. That's a Sona. Will just immediately get evaporated.
Melted.
They're just throwing away their lives for free. I don't know if Billy Sprouts wants to go to the next game, but they certainly are expediting the process. Maybe they can pull something off. Maybe they get an amazing barrel combo with this Gangplank, who already has the Essence Reaver and the Quick Blades. It did get changed, so it's only 40% crit now. We see Brain Blast going in, Charms 3, and Slavic is just not tanky enough. Can't do any damage. Ryoklu is legendary. Pioneer will damage. Ryoklu is legendary. Pioneer will single-handedly ult the Callista, and now Zareth will fall. The Gangplank flashes in. Savit can't save it, and Dog Turkey can't attack fast enough, and that is an ace for boosted Lanimals, and you have to believe that this will be the end of the game.
Like nothing, the rest is going to follow, and this is indeed game, I would call it.
Yeah, we'll see if they finish it off. Ryoklu And now Slavic is just tanking damage for free. The Gangplank ult does come through. The Xerath ult is coming through. Maybe this is saved. Ryuklu might fall. Mommy actually will fall as well. It's not going to be another pentakill, but it might be another quadra kill for the Kalista. The Ren comes through. Rakan steals it. So that's a triple kill, and this is the end of the game. It's literally a 5-0. I'll finish it at 14:59. 15 minutes. So a very quick game. Like Timo laugh. Lulu laugh is definitely one of them.
I just want to have a video of every single annoying laugh together all in one. You can make the world's most annoying laugh track.
No. We actually see the claw coming through. Ryuklu and Mommy actually might be in trouble. Snowball comes through and Savage kills. But for now, we just, again, kind of a lull. No, actually, Brain Blast is going in. Mordekaiser will use the Death Realm, but Savage might actually not win this, does have the shield. It's going to be close. Mordekaiser comes out. He will get healed up a little bit, but Galio will show. Blue side having some priority. They might clear the minions and then go for some health relics, but Dog Turkey will get caught with the binding, and Slavic will use the charm, and he gets 5, but now Brain Blast just presses R in the Malphite, finishes him off. But Brain Blast will get killed by the Vigar auto attack. And now Diva is looking ambitious, will have lethal tempo stacked up. Now Savit will force some flashes out, but now Diva is taking a lot of damage. Will get snowballed, 2 snowballed, and that is Vayne dead. The Rakan flashes in, jumps in, gets some knockup. And now Savit has to try and 1v3. Maybe he's able to do it. It looks like he might actually be able to. He has Conqueror stacked up. Claw comes through, Rogue Leader, but the Relic might be the saving grace of boosted Landables. The J4 completely whiffs his flag and drag, and now Savit doesn't have the shield up in time, and now Jirgio Slotkiv. That's how I play my J4, because I just love one-shotting people. But looks like Dog Turkey is just going to take a lot of damage. And Savit's actually going in. We'll see who he uses. The Death Realm, Pioneer does use the ultimate, but it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Now Diva's going in 1v5. Doesn't work out for the Vayne. And Savit's actually going in. We'll see who he uses. The Death Realm, Pioneer does use the ultimate, but it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Now Diva's going in 1v5. Doesn't work out for the Vayne. That's some Vayne spotting points right there. Savit will get finished off, and that is a clean ace for the boosted Lanimals. Starving.
Of course, you don't want to forget the Boros. They're already going to get the second tower down to half health before the re-engage comes through from Billy Sprouts.
And this looks like Brain Blast will die. The Galio will come through. Maybe Pioneer. Pioneer is squishy. It's an AP Malphite, and maybe Diva. And this looks like Brain Blast will die. The Galio will come through. Maybe Pioneer. Pioneer is squishy. It's an AP Malphite, and maybe Diva sees gold in their eyes. But Mordekaiser will get a triple kill. Vayne will get 1 kill. And now the Mordekaiser wants a quadra kill. Says, you guys got a quadra kill in last game. And now we see the Recon engage. Charms 4 gets polymorphed, only knocks up Rogue Leader, and the Vayne is just immediately dead to this J4. Now Pioneer, maybe Malphite couldn't even do anything, just immediately dead. This is a double kill, and this is going to be another double kill. And now Kiting Shield Bow will get popped, and it looks like Ryuklu might be able to get saved in time, and it looks like Gigantify comes out just in time. The gigantic growth. Slavic will fall, and now Dog Turkey on the Vigar can do only nothing. And how many quadra kills have we had now? Like 5? 4?
Welcome back to the first Collegiate Boss Battles community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a casual and fun evening of 5v5 ARAM, all brought to you by Voice Gaming. Stay your host Jacob and Noah calling all the action for you, and we're getting ready to head into the second matchup. These are going to be the semifinals, and we're sticking with the team that we saw for round one. That is, well, was formerly Boosted Lanimals, has now changed their name to Boss Battles Game Changers, but it's still the same winning team that we saw in round one. So, now that we're heading into round two, is there anything that you're hoping that you might see as a pleasant surprise from this new team? What new strategies that we haven't seen before are you still wanting to see?
The new team or the new old team?
Well, the new team. The team. See, this is already very confusing because we have two new names. This was the teams formerly known as Team 1 and Boosted Lanimals, now known as Daft Punk Appreciation and Boss Battles Game Changers, respectively. I know, rolls off the tongue. But anyway, from the new team, which was Team 1, which is now Daft Punk Appreciation, this new team that we didn't see in the previous round, are there any new strategies you're hoping to see?
Thank you for that very in-depth explanation, Jacob. And I feel like we're just going to see the same thing where you just have like a tank or maybe two tanks, and then you're going to have a support, and then you're going to have a carry. I don't know if that was what not Daft Punk Appreciation, Boss Battle Game Changers is going to do. But again, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I don't know if that's what Daft Punk Appreciation did.
Well, that's certainly not the mentality that these teams had for their names, because they certainly wanted to change everything around. But it is Daft Punk Appreciation versus Boss Battle Game Changers to see who moves on to the finals in this Collegiate Boss Battle 5v5 ARAM. And, of course, it is best of three, Howling Abyss. I think they have to change name. Apparently, that's a rule now.
They have to change
just
their
for
names?
our torture. They have to.
I might abbreviate because I might just say BBGC and, what was it, DPA?
Even if you abbreviate it, they're tongue twisters in their own right.
I know.
Well, that's not the only thing that's changing, because apparently Doc Haskell has bowed out for the keys to the game. Instead, we have Dimmick's keys to the game in League of Legends. It's have good ADC, engage like you mean it, eat but don't play more Kale, and of course, listen to Dana. It's all brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. And even though this is ARAM, this is drafted compositions, so both these teams, we're going to be getting into the drafts and bans coming up pretty shortly here. And the question is, do you think Daft Punk Appreciation was watching Boss Battle Game Changers at all in that last match? Because we saw very quickly after that first round Callista pick and the way that Boss Battle Game Changers move was able to really do work. We've seen it banned since then.
They better have been watching, because if they are not watching, they are going to be in for a sorry surprise. You know, we're going to see the Callista again, maybe the Kog'Maw again, but, you know, if they were paying attention, then maybe we'll see some bans, or maybe even smarter, make that ED carry ineffective, ban out the Lulu, ban out the Morgana, you know, ban out the Galio, like those things that were doing so much work. And also that J4 was a menace, so maybe we will see the J4 ban, like I believe
that is the most intimidating thing I have ever seen. That is low-key terrifying.
So for all the viewers, that is not Doc Haskell. That is Doc Haskell's doppelganger.
Yeah,
that is the Shadow Realm Doc Haskell. He's always watching, you know.
I probably wouldn't even know he was there except for that white piece of paper he's holding up.
Always watching. Yeah, he's always watching, just in the corner. Santa Claus moment, sees you when
right
you're sleeping.
Over my shoulder, too. That just makes everything feel very uncomfortable here. I'm just going to move over here so I don't have to think about that anymore.
It serves as a reminder. It's like you're about to trash talk on the stage, and then you look behind you and you see Doc's watching.
You know, we've gotten a lot of cardboard cutouts into the arena in the past few weeks, and I just got to say it's become 10 times more terrifying in here.
I know. Every time I pass the production room, I'm like, oh, my God.
Is there someone there? Or,
hello?
I don't know. Yeah, okay. Can we get into the picks and bans, please? I'm very uncomfortable with this conversation now.
I know.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Daft Punk Appreciation on the right. Boss Battle Game Changers on the left. First bans coming online.
Theoretically.
Theoretically. Of course, they could be taking full advantage of those Riot Zeros.
Those Riot Zeros.
But we will have all our questions answered very quickly as to what strategies are going to be brought out if Daft Punk Appreciation was watching Boss Battle Game Changers at all during that first round. First ban.
Swain. So maybe Daft Punk Appreciation played that in their matches. Unfortunately, we did not get to see that on our cast. And this is like what I was saying, is that we see that the Lulu gets banned out because it's harder to ban out all the 80 carries or the hyper carries. And it's much easier just to, like, ban Lulu. She's so annoying. She can polymorph. She can speed up. She can shield. She can make somebody big, knock a bunch of people up. And, again, blue side, we see Yone's getting banned and Fiddlesticks. So I don't know if Boss Battle Game Changers had a Fiddlesticks plan. But Fiddlesticks on Howling Abyss can be very scary with all those brushes and the snowball combo, where you get the snowball, you hit, you press R, and then you hit that snowball again, and then you're right into their entire team.
Well, there's going to be no snowballs, no magical journeys either, as Bard is the third ban coming out from Boss Battle Game Changers. Now Daft Punk Appreciation going to their final ban.
So Bard and Sona, so just like a lot of supports. Honestly, Bard, other than his like troll portals he can do on Howling Abyss, I feel like he's really not that strong. Like, he doesn't really scale that well with the chimes. And again,
J4?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The J4 is going to come in. Come on, you got to do it. Lethality J4. You got to do it. Full lethality, Assassin J4. I want to see it. I don't care if it loses you the game. I want to see somebody get one
They
shot.
might just have the confidence to do it this time, because they are fresh off of a 2-0 win in this tournament. The next pick for Boss Battle Game Changers.
We're left in suspense.
Yasuo.
Yasuo. So Yasuo's kind of tricky. You got to really build a composition around him, especially in ARAM. There are lots of people that just pick Yasuo like randomly in an ARAM, and they expect that they're going to 1v5 pentakill. And it never happens because they're the only person with knockups on their team. So you better hope that you have like a Malphite. Well, Thresh is one. Thresh is good. He can flash flay. He can hook somebody. That also counts as a knockup. So that is a good start for a Yasuo composition.
It's kind of a little bit different than we saw last time. Kind of the team that initially fell in the first round kind of had some weird comps that really didn't synergize fully with each other. So as we're getting further into the tournament, we're seeing a bit more of a long-term strategy play out in terms of the picks, which now goes back over to Boss Battle Game Changers. Second pick for them.
Morgana.
Going to be Morgana.
So again, the J4 Morgana combo can be so dangerous. Cataclysm locks you in there, and then Morgana is either in there already or flashes in, hits that ultimate button, you get all chained, you get stunned, you get damaged. And Nami, so again, yeah, they banned out the Lulu, they banned out the Sona, but Boss Battle Game Changers is saying there are like 140 or 100-something champions in League of Legends, and quite a few of them are supports. And this is exactly what Daft Punk Appreciation needed if they wanted to use this Yasuo very well, that Malphite coming through.
And now the final two bans for each team on deck.
Got that Kog'Maw coming through. They don't want to see that again. They might ban another ADC. I think they already know that the two kind of like supportive picks have been picked, and then it's going to be a tank and an ADC. So we see Gwen on the other side. Yeah, Gwen could be very scary on ARAM or on Howling Abyss. She gets that ghost, she gets that snowball, and then snip, snip, true damage with Conquer. She can just heal forever.
Final ban coming through. Going to be Jinx, followed by Misfortune.
So we will not see the Jinx. So it was another 80 carry. So if I had to be a guessing person, I don't think it would be Callista. Callista's too short-ranged. So we see Karma picked up. So Karma, again, a very excellent kind of support all around. This might be an AP Karma. It might be a support Karma. If I had to guess, it would probably be a support Karma just to protect this Yasuo, allow him to do a lot of damage.
The answer back from Boss Battle Game Changers coming up right here. Though they do like to take their time choosing, but here we go.
Oh,
It'll
no.
be frog time.
They unclogged the frog. They unbunched the Kenched. They unrolled the tadpole. Wait. Did they move
it?
They moved the dock. I was wondering what was over.
Oh, no, he's right. Oh, no. They positioned him perfectly, so no matter what angle they take, he's just going to be teary. Because they want to mess with us.
Oh, yeah, they definitely want to mess with us. I just remember looking over a little bit, and I'm like, wait a second. And, yeah, Lucian. So Lucian, kind of short-ranged as well, but Lucian Nami is a classic bot lane you see in Summoner's Rift. Can be used to great effect, and especially Lucian with Black Shield. For that Cataclysm, he gets the culling off, and then he can just do a lot of damage. So I will be curious to see what his build is. And really, these are kind of basically the same compositions. It looks like both of these teams have kind of figured out the ideal composition. You have kind of like 2 damage carries, and then you have 2 supports, and then you have a tank. So this really could go either way. It's going to depend on whether this Malphite can press R and actually hit the other team.
Well, once again, this is the Collegiate Boss Battles Tournament, 3v3 ARAM, with directors and staff from various esports organizations and programs competing, all brought to you by Voice Gaming. Mission is to be a voice of higher education in esports, bringing the collegiate scene together to build consensus and solve problems facing institutions and students. Thank you to Voice Gaming for putting on this event. We're just about ready to head into the first match of the semifinal best of 3, or however whence this is going to be going on to the grand finals, which means there is a possibility that we could see the same team, that is Boss Battles Game Changers, formerly boosted Lanimals, under 3 different names tonight, since they're swapping between each individual.
Well, if they're going to change their name again, they better make it shorter.
I would just hope. I would only hope. See, they're going to change their names just as many times as the Doc cardboard cutout changes positions over tonight. It's just going to be a night of constant new surprises at our expense.
Now that you've called it out, maybe they won't do it. Maybe that will be the...
Maybe.
Oh, no. No, don't do it. The slowest camera movement in all time. Don't do it. Oh, no. Oh, there he is.
Oh, look at the light, too. The light is actually flickering where he's standing. Oh, my goodness. That is the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. Make it stop, please. What light is... They couldn't have programmed that better. Oh, my... Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doc's having a rave over there.
I don't know. I
don't know what's
a
scarier.
rave sounds too entertaining for like the pure horror.
I don't know what's scarier. Doc Haskell or cardboard cutout Doc Haskell? They're both pretty scary.
We need a who would win graphic right now.
Who would win versus battle. That's the real grand finals I want to see.
That's the Doc Haskell or a piece of cardboard.
Piece of cardboard.
I don't know. It could be you may be surprised. It might be a whole thing like the snail race. Rocky ends up winning in the end. In this case, it's cardboard. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, we're still waiting to see who is going to meet Team 4. Is it going to be Team 7 or Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, which no doubt is going to have another name change since that is the way things are going. Although Daft Punk Appreciation, they changed their names too. I'm remembering they were known
Team
as
1?
Team 1, and have now changed. So.
Wait a second. Team 4 didn't change their name? They haven't come up with it yet.
Maybe they haven't.
Well,
I can only hope so, because 4 is just a lot easier to say.
4. It's just 5 gins. 4. Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, if they're going to win, they better have like a wininator.
Oh, but nope, they're not going to.
Okay, Team 4 versus Team 7. Let's do the math here.
This is the match that I have been looking forward to. Let me tell you, Team 4 versus Team 7.
7 is greater than 4.
Storied histories between the names that are Team 4 and Team 7.
Well, 7 is greater than 4. But 4, if we're talking about placements, 4th is better than 7th.
That is true.
Oh no, they're getting ready to move it again.
Yeah.
But I spotted it at the dock.
The corner of my eye. We've got our. We're now alert to it at this point, so I don't know how well they're going to be able to surprise us.
They're gonna wait for a big team fight, and then they're gonna like move it right behind us. I swear.
And then probably wait till our attention is diverted. We're kind of waiting for it to be diverted right now as we're ready to hop into the first match of the semifinals best of 3. And the main thing changing, I think there's kind of an overall mood change or a vibe change as we go on to the semifinals, because we've gone from kind of what was an interesting first round of no bans completely from one team and team comps that were kind of all over the place to now you're seeing real long-term strategies being built out here.
Yeah. If you lose this one, you kind of start to get DMs from like your players or like your director or your university, and you're like, uh-oh, they're actually watching and they want us to win, so we better try. And it looks like we're in a bit of a stasis. So this happens if there's a pause and then it goes unpaused just to maintain the 3-minute delay.
Okay.
Spectator delay. So nothing's wrong. It just happens. It just happens.
The team names are so long they don't even fit in the overlay.
They know what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
The BBGC and the DPA. I'm not going to
easier
remember
to say,
that.
but it's still not easy to
Brain Blast
say.
is going in, but will get hooked, and maybe the Yasuo with the wind wall. Hippogriff is actually doing a great job of blocking, but the Tom Kench will actually provide a lot of damage. Mommy Ashley will heal up, but the Tom Kench, actually no. Just takes a lot of poke damage. This Yasuo is actually getting low pretty quickly, but Mommy Ashley might be too far gone, and that will be first blood given over to the Vayne, but now Caitlyn will get one back, but now Vayne has 2 kills. Double kill on the Vayne, pops the Ghost, is looking for more. Lucian will poke out, and getting Vayne to 2 kills, that's kind of like what you want to see on, I guess, any champion. But now Yasuo is going back in, Hippogriff with the wind wall, but the Tom Kench, and Hippogriff will get finished off by Ryoklu. Ryoklu flashes in, gets killed by the hook, or by the auto attack by X Generic, and a bit of a questionable flash into there.
Of course, we have been shouting out that a lot of these players are members or directors of esports programs. Rogue leader for the Boss Battle Game Changers is Cora, director of esports at Illinois Wesleyan.
It's always good to see kind of prominent faces playing, because it's always good to see your somebody you think is all business kind of get down and dirty in playing the Howling Abyss 5v5. And this Malphite is just taking so much damage. Oh, with the Nami empowered attack, almost dies. So Malphite will take the health relic. But G4 is taking this opportunity to go in. Brain Blast will get some damage, but also gets poked down a little bit more. But now this will be priority for the blue side for Boss Battle Game Changers.
Even if it's priority, nothing much except just some minion clearing from both sides.
So yeah, just wait for that Malphite to hit level 6 and wait for this Yasuo to hit level 6, because then we're going to see some action, because I don't know how to say that. I'm just going to call it RRR. Wants to go in, has had their flash saved this entire time, but might actually get the opportunity. Wind Wall will come through. It won't be that effective as blue side retreats, and now Hippogriff will just die. Ryuklu picks that up, already has 2 kills. Mommy Ashley will force the flash out, and that Nami tidal wave has a little bit of an effect, but not really that much damage.
Boss Battle Game Changers knocking at DPA's door. Moving on to their first tower. Might also just snipe out one of their team members because almost more than half of them are very low health.
Yeah, now at this point, if you're RRR, you just try to do a flash ult. I called it, and now the Yasuo comes in, and actually RR is kind of tanky with some of those shields, but blue side is countering with a lot of kills. Hippogriff might finish off Rogue Leader, but will get killed himself, and the Tahm Kench gets a double kill. Lucian will survive, maybe? The Flay will get dodged, and now that is a triple kill for the TK.
And Ace also heading over to Ashley. No doubt going to be first tower. They don't even need the minion. Well, you might need to. That's a lot of damage that actually is taken from those towers. It's going to be credited over a shutdown.
Yeah, that's kind of just the name of the game, shutdowns. But when the minion wave is pushed up, and it's only first turret on either side, and it's early in the game, it's better to just get your gold to spend. Already Shirelli is coming out. And actually, this Tahm Kench is going Heartsteel. That is a bit ambitious. I feel like it's been nerfed. I feel like the health gain isn't that much. Does do quite a bit of damage, but already, so Morgana has Leandry's Anguish. You can see it's already melting this Malphite. Ryoklu with the Gale Force might be looking for some plays. Relic will just come through. We're just back to Farming Simulator. We're just waiting for cooldowns. Malphite ult's almost up. Yasuo ult's up. Look on the other side. Cataclysm. And Tahm Kench is almost up. And then Morgana ult is almost up as well. So we might see an engage. Malphite does have ult. Will ult too. Ryoklu and Rogue Leader will get knocked up, but now Hippogriff is in the middle of it all. I don't think he can win a 1v4. I mean, actually, we'll pick up another kill, and RRR will die as well. The Malphite had a good engage, but it wasn't good enough. And now this Tahm Kench is just tanking up everything, uses the shield. Now GG Kyuki has to be careful. This is just a Vayne versus a bunch of people that can stun her.
The minions move up to the turret. Going to be able to attack this a bit more with that protection. Some long-range poke attempts trying to come out, but no hits for either team. So we do have full strength back over to DPA.
Get ready for Cataclysm on Brain Blast as well. We might see something happen, however, Boss Battle Game Changers are missing quite a few ult cooldowns, so we'll see. But it looks like Brain Blast is posturing for some sort of engage. Yep, and we see it, the Cataclysm not actually doing a lot of damage, but the Goredrinker comes through, the exhaust on RRR, and now Hippogriff this might be the opportunity he's been looking for. The Gale Force comes through, finishes him off, just barely survives it. Now GG Kyuki can't find anything. The Threat Shook won't connect, and I think that was just a 1-for-1. Yeah, it was just a 1-for-1.
A whole lot of work for nothing here, although look at GG actually. Yeah.
Flashes tries to save their carry, but it won't be successful, and now Mommy Ashley is just licking everyone like a popsicle, uses the snowball, gets in, and now Hippogriff might just be a lamb for the slaughter. Triple kill, and that is an ace here at about 7:45 for Boss Battle Game Changers, who are continuing to look strong with their compositions.
And it's going to be first tower being brought over to Boss Battle Game Changers. Now they get the most importantly, the biscuits to feed. Yeah, there you go. See, that's
feed the poros. You must do it. Press 4.
It's good that they have their priorities all straightened out.
For only 21 cents a day.
21 cents a day you can support a lonely poro. It's just the price of a cup of coffee per day.
True. A cup of coffee is 21 cents.
You know
maybe
what? Yeah,
1900.
you know what? Yeah, maybe. I don't know what coffee they're drinking.
Listen, let's just be glad it's not Valorant. That would be $21 a day.
for just $21 a day.
You can get one knife skin.
Yeah. They look so cool.
I mean, they do look cool.
All right, as we've been yammering on about skins and cosmetics right now, Boss Battle Game Changers is getting ready for their next push.
Malphite still doesn't have Flash. This is Malphite. I think the Malphite was going full AP, but then sold the Hextech Alternator, I believe it's called, for in turn for a Heartsteel, which is probably the better choice, although I would have preferred a Radiant Virtue if you're just going to be a Malphite and you're just going to be an ult machine, because that provides a lot more utility to the team. However, that's just me nitpicking. Oh, no.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, no.
We have a new... They're going to be washed up has-beens. Okay, okay.
Okay, we see the Malphite ult onto one, but really won't find that much more. And now this Vayne was caught in the Cataclysm, has to flash out. X Generic will fall as well. Rogue Leader picking up the kill, and now we see a bunch of Heartsteel procs that this Tahm Kench wants to pick up. The lethal tempo was on the Vayne, but the Vayne has to walk away. No flash, does have the Ghost, but now Mommy Ashley is just the largest amphibian you are ever going to see. And Brain Blast wants to get it engaged as well.
Now all the minions are cleared out. Damage heading out onto the second tower. Rogue Leader picks up another one. Hippogriff trying to answer it back.
And Hippogriff will actually flash away, but get finished off by Ryoklu. There is a snowball on Ryoklu as well. Mommy Ashley, I think this is the end of their saga for now. Ryoklu uses the barrier, might be able to finish us off. RRR will be able to, will get picked up by X Generic. X Generic flashes, and now Ace SB will try to chase down Caitlyn. This is looking like a reset for the blue side. Lots of items to pick up, but triple kill for the Thresh. Ace SB gonna try and go for the execute. Might be able to pull it off, uses the relic. Oh no! Oh no, the auto attack comes through and it's the shutdown! No execute today. That's the saddest thing in ARAM.
A whole bunch of minion clearing coming out from behind their own turret. Now they move back to take on DPA yet again. Since they've had time to really purchase the items that they want now this 2.5k gold lead for Boss Battle Game Changers.
I would like to point out that Brain Blast has 2 pickaxes in their inventory right now. Not sure what's going on there, if they're just trying to build 2 items at once, if they didn't like to. They said Death Stance would be cheating and be just too good. Lord Dominic's Regards picked up for Ryoklu, so we'll be able to actually damage this Malphite and this Thresh quite a bit more. This Tahm Kench with the Sunfire Cape, no longer a mythic, will just be able to walk all over DPA.
Minions move up toward the second tower, getting a bit more chip damage on it. Long-range poke damage onto Ace SB.
I'm predicting an engage in about 10 seconds.
Probably. I would be willing to put a little bit of money on that.
RRR is getting low. If it lands the snowball, it does land the snowball, he's going to want to go in. Maybe. No, doesn't go in. Doesn't have the flash either, so we're going to be waiting another while, unfortunately. So to all the viewers, sorry for the snooze fest after you were spoiled a 13-minute absolute bloodbath that we had previously.
There's going to be another minion wave cleared.
Oh, Brain Blast is BMing. That's another laugh. That's another laugh that needs to get removed from the game, is the Nami laugh. Just that fish needs to get carved up like sashimi. Okay, that maybe sounded a bit overboard, but
I see what you're doing there. You got the sashimi pun and the overboard pun. Oh man.
Oh, I wasn't going for the overboard pun, but
it worked out. It was the ultimate serendipity.
This ship has sailed.
Nice job. You ought to be proud of yourself.
I know.
Meanwhile, it's just going to be yet another DPA minion wave that's going to come through. The Boss Battle Game Changers will clear out.
The Malphite has ult now, so he's going to want to go for an engage. However, he doesn't really have vision on anybody. Dark Binding won't find anybody quite yet. And this wall, this turret debris is really just preventing any sort of engage from either side. Say what you will about the change, but it's something. And Brain Blast is going in, but fails the flag and drag and has to flash out of their own Cataclysm. But RRR is not doing anything at all. But Hippogriff gets a 3-man, but will get finished off before they can do any more damage. Now Mommy Ashley is tanking up for now, but GG Kyuki, this is a fully stacked Vayne. This might be the pentakill for the Vayne. Are we going to see another pentakill? We are going to see another pentakill, and this is GG Kyuki getting a pentakill on the Vayne. That is the moment you want to see if you're Daft Punk Appreciation.
That's going to be enough time brought over to DPA for them to take out the first tower. Maybe get a little bit of chip damage onto the second tower, although the first one who's going to be back online is going to be Ashley, just respawning right now. Ace SB also taking a bit of damage from that turret. And following this match, we are going to join the other semifinal, so we are going to see how the washed-up has-beens are doing, if they really are that washed up.
Versus the somebody.
Versus somebody.
Team 7, maybe?
Team 7, I think.
Ace SB just taking a long way out. But this is exactly how you're supposed to play Vayne, and by how you're supposed to play Vayne, I say how I play Vayne on Howling Abyss.
Which is truly the right way. However,
yeah,
you play any champion.
Is you just get Ghost and you have Flash. You don't need to take Snowball or anything like that. And then if you get resets, you stack up that lethal tempo with Goonsus, you can just shred everybody, and that's exactly what we saw. Again, we're just going to not see anything really happen unless RRR can find a snowball into an ultimate. But even then, Ryoklu is still doing a lot of damage, has the Navori Quick Blades as well. So items coming in on both sides. So really, this is anybody's game.
Should still be pointed out that Boss Battle Game Changer still maintains a gold lead of about 2K. So even despite that pentakill, they do have slightly more gold. Although this Vayne, look at that CS also on the Vayne, passing triple digits now.
107, yeah, that's better CS you might get in Summoner's Rift at this point. I mean, again, you're just funneling all the farm, basically. This Vayne looks like, I think this Vayne's going Randuin's as a 4th item, which might actually be smart, be able to survive against Ryoklu. RRR is just stunned for 3,000 years. Welcome to Morgana. Yes, Morgana with the, 3-second binding. That's really fun, interactive gameplay.
You know, the top strategy in any game is just don't let your opponents play. That's been the winning, tried and true strategy for every game out there. You win when the opponents can't play.
I'm hearing in my headset that RRR might have just gotten reported for an AFK warning.
Oh, wow.
No. The joke's about the Morgana binding. It's so long that the camera... swing and a miss. Sometimes you land jokes, sometimes you don't. This Morgana with the Demonic Embrace and the Elandri's Anguish has the double burn alongside the pool, and that is just so obnoxious. Snowball might get taken. Too late now. This is what I was worried about. We had our stomp, and now we just have where it's literally just a variation of the same composition. I feel like this one could go to 30 minutes, honestly.
Yeah. I know we had the news break that we're going to go to the other match after this first game. Frankly, the other match might just be finished by the time this first game is done.
Yeah, the other series might be done, honestly. If we had to look at scaling, I would say that the scaling does favor Daft Punk Appreciation. The Vayne will outscale the Lucian, and the J4 will kind of fall off. However, Morgana is always strong, and we see a one-man Malphite ult doesn't actually get followed up with Yasuo. The J4 is just buying time with the Cataclysm. Now GG Kyuki wants to go in. They need to focus this Vayne. Hippogriff will get exhausted, and it looks like they're running away. This Vayne's doing a great job of kiting, but Ryoklu says, I see you. Vayne gets eaten. Gobble gobble. Shut down. And now Ace SB steps forward, but it's too far. Now Mommy Ashley says, You are going into my gullet. That is an ace here for Boss Battle Game Changers. They say, we are tired of this boring game. We are taking your tier 2 and we are taking your inhibitor.
The question is, are they going to be, how much damage do they get onto the Nexus turrets at this point? We only have 2 left from DPA fighting back, but they are going to be able to pick up Rogue Leader. 1 turret down now on the Nexus as Ryoku fallen down to low health. RRR goes charging in. Caitlyn is going to be taken out by Ukui. We do have a shutdown now back onto Boss Battle Game Changers. It's just enough time bought over for him, for DPA to recover.
So I think DPA is going to be able to get the tier 1 here. It's already pretty low. Brain Blast is alive on the J4. It's about 10 seconds before anyone else spawns. Yeah, I think this tier 1's going down. GGQK is just going to finish it off. And with the super minions, it looks like Boss Battle Game Changers will be able to defend their tier 2, but RRR is just deciding to cash in what they have. They did get a couple of kills. Looks like gets a Negatron Cloak and that other item. Oh, never mind, they sell it? Okay, but Brain Blast is going in, flashes in, gets flayed, just wants to go onto the GGQK. Maybe not the best decision now. Rogue Leader is getting very low. Will survive for now, but will fall down now. Ace SB is face tanking Illusion, but Ryoglu and GGQK are battling it out. It's the battle, and it looks like the Vayne will survive for now. Is healing up, is dodging Mommy Ashley, GGQK. Faker, what was that? No.
Oh, okay. I see how you're going to be throwing out shade like that.
No. It's about good plays. It's not about bad plays. But now GGQK will just says, all right, I'm going to take this turret, but I'm going to get more gold. See what they have. They have the Titanic, they have Goonsus, they have Hurricane. I could have sworn they were going to get Randuins at some point, but we'll have to see. Ace SB is just running it down, just wants to reset as well. Lots of just cashing in here. To an unexperienced viewer, it looks like they're inting, but they're not, I assure you.
A lot more gold heading over to Boss Battle Game Changers. They've still managed to maintain that 2 to 2.5 gold lead, half K gold lead. Now they're going to put a bit of pressure back onto DPA.
And it looks like Rogue Leader, once getting engaged, it looks like the Flash binding alongside the Morgana ult. The Cataclysm followed. RRR has to use the the ultimate defensively. X Generic will fall, and Mommy Ashley will be able to take up this Vayne for now. Will they get the knockup? They will get the knockup on GGQK, and now Hippogriff might find an engage, but the Tornado only finds one, doesn't really find anything. He gets binded anyway. He's not moving. He's not going anywhere. And now GGQK, no ultimate, no summoner spells. Might have no life, no HP. The shield bow will extend the life for now, but it doesn't even matter. The Nexus will fall, and that is the first game going over to Boss Battle Game Changers.
Which was probably when they needed to win it, because as you were saying, Kuruki was just going to, get better and better with the scaling, and so they just finally ended it. Didn't want to even bring that late game speculation into play at all.
I feel like GGQK, they had fantastic mechanics and everything, but the Titanic Hydra kind of bit him in the butt because, yeah, it's a lot of AoE damage. It's like on-hit effects and stuff like that. But if you went more like ADC heavy, or maybe you got a Kraken Slayer or something, maybe you can just shred him faster. But again, that's hindsight. That's retrospect. And again, this is based off of what I would do, which is categorically correct.
Of course.
Always.
Well, we are going to be heading over to the other side of the bracket right now to see how the washed-up has-beens, in fact, are doing, if they really are that washed up as they are selling themselves as, or if we are going to have a bit of a surprise. We're just going to have to find out after this break, so we'll be back with the other semifinal match right after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds on to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's just
Welcome back to the first Collegiate Boss Battle community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a casual and fun evening of 5v5 ARAM. It's all brought to you by Voice Gaming, a nonprofit organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. It's still Jacob and Noah calling all the action for you, and now we get to see the other side of the bracket. We get to take a break from the Boss Battle Game Changers and now move on to the Washed Up Has-Beens and see if... Yes, I see where they moved it. If the Washed Up Has-Beens are indeed... living up to their name, or if they're going to be surprising us.
Hey, if they're accepting applications, I fit the description perfectly. Hard stuck plat for like the past 8 seasons, so you know.
But that's one thing you do learn here in casting is self-depreciating humor always returns. It always makes a return on its investment, so to speak. Wow, I wonder who the washed up has-beens. They are, in fact, they have the mic drop emote with washed up, which kind of goes against each other.
Team 7 didn't change their name. That's illegal.
Well, as we are joining them, we're about 11 minutes into the match, and look at this gold lead that washed up has-beens already has.
And we see a beautiful engage by the Amumu, but Set might be able to mathematically correct all over him, but no, won't be able to. Will get finished off by the Pike, and this is looking like a clean ace here, and it will be a clean ace. Triple kill for, what is that, PPOP? Okay. Interesting sort of name, but again, we're kind of seeing basically the same compositions coming out from these winning teams in the semifinals. We're just going to see some resets here. One execute coming through. Boom! Just immediately killed. And Sheldon will fall. We say Pepitas Nestle. Wait till you're back. Didn't have to wait there. Just gets recalled.
They're going to be reset, but now have built up a 6K gold lead. See, so no doubt, look at that 92 CS from OP.
Yeah, and 15 kills. 15 kills on OP.
Meanwhile, this Nestle, this Amumu is certainly being a team player right now with 23 assists.
Definitely. As Amumu, you get no credit, but you get flamed if you miss your binding, you miss your bandage toss, you miss your ultimate. Curse of the Sad Mummy. You'll just have to cry yourself because you'll have no friends. Cry yourself to sleep. And I really love in your cam, Jacob, how you can see Doc just lingering in the background.
Yep. I'm well aware of that.
Oh, that is an amazing Seraphine extended. Hits 3. OMD's Dylan is dead. Lee Sin is dead. Zayu can only watch. And a Rabid Squirrel can only get CC'd. And that is another clean ace. Quadra kill for the Pike. I feel like we've had about 15 quadra kills at this point. And this should be game. This should be about a 14-minute win here. 13-40.
Washed Up Has-Beens proven that they are anything but. They are going to win this. Of course, since we joined them partway through this game, I don't know if this is the win in the second game and if they have swept the series 2-0 or if this is just the first game. And now we will be heading into the second. Probably the latter option. Yeah, that was game 1. I have just gotten confirmation. So now we are going to see if the Washed Up Has-Beens can close things out. And if they can't, who they will be joining in the grand finals. And last we were checking on the other side of the bracket, Boss Battle Game Changers might be the ones that they meet because they're the ones with the current 1-game lead in their match, but we'll just have to see how that turns out. Meanwhile, I'm told we're going to be getting into the draft for Game 2. Lickety-split here.
Lickety-split, that's what I like to hear. The more League of Legends, the faster, the better. And I feel like we're running out of originality here in terms of compositions. We're kind of seeing more of the same. In fact, disgustingly, we saw Seraphine, which she's a great champion on ARAM, but she's just a champion that I despise for multiple reasons.
So now we're going to be bringing up Dana's keys to the game in League of Legends, and that's to draft multiple supports. Only choose champions from Season 12. CC equals the easy button, and listen to someone named Billy.
Yeah, so the Season 12 champs only, it actually has a technical name. It's called Release Date Diff.
Oh,
so the later the release date, the better the champion usually.
Well, yeah, that's usually how things go, just in terms of general power creep. But it's all brought to you by Drop In Gaming. Those keys to the game, thank you for Dana for bringing those up for us. And now we get to see what the picks and bans, although like you hinted at, we're starting to see a lot more predictable patterns starting to emerge.
Predictable patterns, you're going to see like 2 supports, a tank, an ADC, and something else if you're spicy, but like probably another magic damage carry or another tank or something. So, but I mean, that seems to be the winning strategy. It seems like they found their like Nash equilibrium here, really using a little bit of economics terminology. Nothing more to gain, nothing more to lose. So as soon as we see this draft, I will see if my theory is correct and see if we really are just going to see a repeat.
If it is a repeat, then these draft picks and bans might just be superfluous at this point.
Superfluous. Pulling out your vocabulary?
Yes. Well, you were talking about the Nash equilibrium, so I just had to match you there.
The extempuous, I don't even know if that's the word, terminology.
Let's just get into the picks and bans, because I do not want to get into a syllable battle with my co-caster at this point.
Syllable battle. That's what rapping's all about, just rap battle.
That is true. Okay, first ban being brought out.
Karthus. Karthus, not really fun to play against on ARAM because the whole point of ARAM is you die a lot, and that's what Karthus is really good at, is dying, and then he gets to press buttons for free. So, although he takes kind of a long time to get online. So the fact that we see that ban maybe makes me think that Team 7 pulled it out previously.
Might be what has gotten them to the semifinals.
Yep. We have a Nidalee ban here. Nidalee, again, just one of those poke champions that's really fun to play against. And you think that you dodged your spear, but then you accidentally walk back into it.
Silas next ban.
Yep. Silas. Again, we saw that being used to great effect in the previous match. Just the ability to steal ultimates, and like when it's a level 3 ultimate, that cooldown is so low, and then you can use it like multiple times in a team fight as well.
Just as a quick UI update as well. It turns out Washington Has-Beens are on the right instead of the left. And their most recent ban is now going to be Fiddlesticks.
Oh, right. I guess that would make sense for Team 7 to ban it, to ban Karthus, or sorry, not Karthus, Silas. We see this Vigar ban. And we're seeing the Seraphine ban as well. I guess Washed Up Has-Beens realized that their red side, they don't want to give that over to the first pick. And it looks like Team 7's kind of stealing some of the picks in the Washed Up Has-Beens. That seems to be a winning strategy here.
Well, when we kind of narrowed it down to the main champions to choose, it's kind of is becoming a game of who can choose it first. It's going to be a Mumu run back for...
Yeah, Mumu. Again, just very strong. 2 bandage tosses now. Got changed a while back. That ultimate is always very strong with the snowball or with the flash. doesn't really have to do anything except press that R button. We see Renata Glass coming in. This might be very scary, very dangerous for the side of Team 7. They better hope this Kai'Sa is not fed, or if the Kai'Sa is fed, that they don't get hit by that Renata Glass goal. Otherwise, we're going to see some team kills.
They're going to answer that back with a Blitzcrank choice.
Blitzcrank is a good choice. I'm curious to see what the build will be, whether it be like Tank or like Bruiser, or you could do the full AP Blitz. That's real fun. There are lots of opportunities for Blitzcrank, so that's kind of a fun opportunity. I'll be curious to see.
One final choice here now for Team 7 before Washington Pass Spins rounds out the choices and we go into the second bans. It's going to be Lee Sin chosen.
So we saw Lee Sin banned, but not on either of these teams. But now we're seeing it picked. So I'm curious to see if Lee Sin will live up to the hype. He does have the opportunity. He doesn't actually need to land a Resonating Strike or Sonic Blast to get an Insect. He can just land a Snowball, or he can just R-Flash.
Now, Misfortune is actually going to be chosen by Washed Up Has-Beens. We've seen her banned in the past few games, so having that option to actually choose her, they're going to go for it.
Now, the curiosity is this an AP Misfortune or an AD Misfortune? Both are very annoying, but AP Misfortune, most of her damage comes from her E and her ult. You get Leandri's Anguish, and then you can actually do quite a bit of damage to like tanks and stuff. However, if it's an AD Misfortune, that would mean we would have more utility and more... You would have a tank, and then you would probably have some other AP mage for the red side. We see Yone banned.
Now, final bans for each team before we get into the final choices. Oh, Zach.
Yeah, actually. Zach and Malphite getting banned, so kind of those big engagers, big tanks, which is very understandable, very frustrating to play against if you don't know how to play against it, or even if you do know how to play against it, it's annoying.
You do know how to play against it, but it's just annoying.
It is. It is. Zach comes from 7 miles away, knocks up your entire team. Seeing Brand banned. That's understandable. Brand is another one of those annoying champions, can just clear your entire minion wave. That ultimate can do devastation if you do not pay attention to it.
Final choices now for each team before we jump into Game 2. It's Team 7 versus Washed Up Has-Beens. Washed Up Has-Beens on the match point has a chance to go on to the finals for this ARAM tournament. They're going to be choosing Lux.
So this will be an AD Misfortune then. Like I said, another AP mage coming through. And Lux actually was banned as well. But the thing about Lux is that like, when she gets some cooldown reduction or ability haste and she gets level 30 ult, she can press that about every 15 seconds. And it does a lot of damage. And if you get caught on that and you're a squishy champion, then you're pretty much dead.
In terms of a more tanky pick, Ornn is going to be next on the docket for Team 7 before they choose their final.
Ornn is always a good pick in like any circumstance, especially in Howling Abyss when it's very difficult to dodge the Ornn Horn. And Lysandra is feeling right at home here in the Howling Abyss. So, again, we're just seeing the same flavor of the month in terms of these compositions. So we'll probably see a tank here. If I had to predict, you'll see a tank on the side of Washed Up Has-Beens. Or maybe I'm wrong and they're going to pull something out and it's going to be crazy. No, it's set. Okay.
Well, even though the roles are pretty darn similar for both of these teams, at least we got some new choices coming in here. You know, I mean, we still have a few from the last round, such as Amumu, but seen some new picks that we haven't seen at all. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Ornn and Set as the tanks here tonight.
I think we saw it Set in the previous match, just a little bit.
Remember, we only saw like the last 2 minutes of the match, so it's practically new to us.
And did we really see Set? I don't know. That Set was having kind of a struggle. That was just the outcome of the game. If you looked at the kills, I think there were like 60 kills at like 13 minutes or something like that. So I want to see how this Ornn and this Lysandra works out. If this Blitzcrank can make a lot of picks, that would also be phenomenal. Again, I want to see what this Blitzcrank actually builds. Very curious to see.
Is he kind of the only mystery remaining in terms of the builds that we see in these drafts?
Whether we're going to see kind of like a heavier bruiser set or like a full tank set. Or maybe like full crit set or something if he's crazy.
Yeah, because you were wondering a little bit earlier whether it was going to be AP Misfortune or AD Misfortune, and we kind of had that question answered. So is Blitzcrank kind of the only wild card left that we have?
Yeah, I think so.
Here we've seen some replays from the past match. This was over on the other side of the bracket, Boss Battle Game Changers versus Daft Punk Appreciation. They are also in their second game right now. So should both these semifinals be a 2-0, then we'll just be ready to move on into the finals.
And I want to see how the finals go. But I swear to Riot Games, if the finals is a best of 3 with like 3 45-minute matches, I'm not going to be so polite.
Yeah, that's the time when good manners are out the window.
True. However, because, I mean, both of these teams that got the win seem like they both know what they're doing. They kind of understand the meta that has kind of formed here. I don't actually know if there's like an ARAM meta or like a Howling Abyss draft meta. Oh man, this is the pentakill from GGQK. That was so awesome. Just played so well, dodged the skill shots, came in, and that's every AD carry player's dreams, is just to get that pentakill, basically 1v5 is vain.
As we're waiting to head into the second game, just waiting for that spectator delay to run its course. We have a little over a minute before we get into the match.
But no shortage of replays when it comes to Howling Abyss. We just see this absolute tank of a frog. And then GGQK goes in, goes out, goes back in, almost gets eaten. Ryukalu comes through. GGQK actually does get eaten, dies. That's kind of the life of an AD carry when you're playing against the Fed Tom Kench, is you just get eaten. Get licked like a lollipop, and it only takes about 3 licks to get to the center.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. All right, just about ready to head into this match. This is going to be Washed Up Has-Beens at match point, ready to move on into the grand finals. And just kind of a quick overview of the general team makeup of these teams. I do see Team 7, the team that has to drive this to a Game 3 right now. Zuri is League of Legends coach at Harrisburg, whereas Bo is director of Winthrop Esports, winners of CLOL in 2021.
That's exciting.
It's exciting, but for some reason the Washed Up Has-Beens are pulling out the W in this particular matchup.
Maybe it was a deceitful trick to call them the Washed Up Has-Beens.
They were just bringing out a bit of reverse psychology, if you will.
Reverse psychology. Oh, these guys are weak. They're Washed Up Has-Beens. They're boomers. They're 30 years old or something. I don't know. But it seems to be working. Or maybe it was just Seraphine.
Yes, because everyone knows how strong the boomer fan base is in League of Legends. We all know that.
By boomer, I mean anybody over 24.
Well, League's getting that old that, you're starting to see older players in it. Okay, here we go. Game number 2.
We're just seeing the Blitzcrank doing what Blitzcrank does, hiding in the brush. I don't think anybody in Washed Up Has-Beens is going to be silly enough to try and step forward. Maybe prove me wrong. Snowball comes out. Hook misses. Neither of these teams really have any good engage options until level 6, so we're really not going to see anything happen until level 6, unless somebody makes a really, really poor decision. Speaking of poor decisions, this Orin is about to fall, and we see First Blood coming through for Lee Sin.
Rabbit Squirrel has to head back a little, hurting a bit in terms of health. Now everyone's back to a full reset. Team 7 overall still putting a bit of pressure on this Tier 1 turret.
Again, we're not really going to see very much fighting until level 6, unless Blitzcrank lands a hook. That one went wide, but Bo has to run away, but gets double binding, the flash, the grab, and this will be Pepita's Nestle getting a kill back.
Now the scales tip just a little bit back over to washed up has-beens. Bo and Dylan also taking a bit of damage. Misses hook again.
Hey, 5th time's the charm, I swear.
He has the Sadamo. He's just not landing the hooks he wants to.
Listen, it only takes one hook
that is true
to change the fight. That's the thing about Blitzcrank. Okay, Lux uses barriers. Okay,
oh, he's trying to hide in those bushes, but it seems they know he's there as well.
They can smell the rust. A rolling golem gathers no rust, though. But Bo's not rolling right now. We'll get a knock up. Bo's speeding. We'll get slowed down. We'll actually land the Amumu. And maybe not the target that you want, though, because it looks like washed up has-beens are taking the better of the trade. 2 for 1.
And the constant fact that as soon as they misengage, just wait till you back, you know, just bailing them out as the misfortune with her damage. And it seems every time they move in, they just get a hail of bullets put on them.
Yeah, that's the thing about Misfortune. She has that tier, so she's just able to spam those make it rains every single second of the day. And it looks like this will be an early Manamune for this Misfortune. Will be 80 as well. But there's just a lot of zone control, lots of crowd control on the side of washed up has-beens that Team 7 doesn't really unlock until level 6.
Speaking of level 6, just about everyone from washed up has-beens has reached that. Blitzcrank Hook's gonna land, and Cornelia Street gets melted down.
Yeah, but Bo will pay with their life. Luxult will hit a field goal, but now the Amumu ult will find 2. Curse of the Sad Monemy curses 2. Shalodin is going in deep. Uses the Haymaker, finishes off the Ornn, and maybe this Lee Sin will try to go deep. Maybe Lysandra will. Lee Sin is doing Lee Sin things, might get 4, only gets 1, but this Lysandra passive barely doesn't kill off Shalodin. But there are 3 low members. Bo wants it, Bo sees it, but now this is the bailout. And the Haymaker will come through. Bo wants it so badly. Will Bo find it? Bo will not find it. But OMG, it's Dylan. Will finish it off. Will avenge their Iron teammate. Not Iron in rank, I swear. Iron as in it's a robot. But we're seeing lots of things going back and forth.
Although I'm pretty sure washed up has-beens are not going to be too unhappy having those 3 picks, because they probably just wanted to reset and get to shopping at this point anyway.
Yeah, and speaking of completed items, we already see Lux, Luden's Echo completed, Shirelia's Battle Song on the Renata Glass, and importantly, Kraken Slayer. Finally, we see a Kraken Slayer on the Misfortune. That's what I love to see. So wait till you back is going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage. Oh, come on, Zeu, baiting us like that. This Renata Glass will use the hostile takeover, but might pay with her life. Will not be able to actually use the bailout. Dies too quickly, but Shalodin will finish off the Ornn. Pepita's Nestle has to run away, but actually will bind up Zeu. Zeu takes the bait, and Lysandra doesn't try to dodge at all, and now Bo will actually get a hook. We'll get the kill, we'll get the turret shot, and Bo once more. Bo needs to go in, go. Bo, press your button. Bo doesn't do it. Now Pepita's Nestle is getting close.
Bo might press buttons now.
Yeah, and Pepita's Nestle wants a kill. We'll finish off the Kaisa, and now Bo has to run away. Bo will die, but it looks like there's a lot of kills under the turret for both sides. Cornelia Street looks like realized that their teammates had all died, and so they die as well. They follow in the trends.
While Wait Till You Back is... Actually, I don't know if he sees Zhu in the bushes here. This could be nasty. Gets 1. Little bit of poke damage.
So we actually see a lot of damage coming through, and Shalota actually wants to go through, gets the face breaker on both sides, gets the bailout, uses the haymaker, but the Amumu doesn't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy quite yet. So again, it's just a 1-for-1. Ultimates used on kind of, I think actually ultimates were only used for Team 7, so this might be an opportunity for Washed Up Has-Beens.
I do believe we actually saw the Lux ult a little bit earlier on in that engagement, so that was kind of that was the one ult used.
Right, but it's back up already. Like I was saying, even at level 1 ultimate, it's a ridiculously low cooldown. So I'm not very good at counting numbers, you know.
This Curse of the Sad Mummy though still on that cooldown. That's what they're waiting for, the slow recharging ultimate. All right, but it looks like this is going to be the main play brought out. Started out with a Make It Rain. Rabbit Squirrel goes charging in. He's going to find himself a bit of damage. Wait till you back, also taking a whole lot of damage.
And Pepitas Nestle will get a 4-person Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Kaisa just burns down. The Misfortune needs to get bailed out. Will not get a kill in time, and Rabbit Squirrel is tanking. But now we have the slam, we have the jam, and this set gets pulled towards Bo, but he's in a glacial prison, can't actually finish off Bo, and that is actually a 4-for-2 with Team 7 being favored there. It was looking a little dicey, but they managed to pull it off. Oh, Joe is BMing a little bit.
Well, the interesting thing is, despite it almost being the 10-minute mark, we haven't seen either Tier 1 tower fall. So there's still been a lot of fighting, but in terms of objectives, both teams still holding strong.
Oh, Stanash! This is the power of the AP Kaisa. So it's not an ADC Kaisa, so I don't know how to feel about that because it's also an AP Blitzcrank. Anyway, this Misfortune is taking a lot of damage. This Ornn might try to go in, might try to use the Ornn Horn. Actually doesn't have it. This is the thing about AP Kaisa. Once she gets her evolution, whenever she lands that missile, it gets a reduced cooldown, so it's basically up in 5 seconds, and it does like a quarter of your HP every time if you're squishy.
Noah, do you see what's hanging out over your shoulder, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I was wondering if you had noticed it yet.
Yeah, so Stanash is just being a little pest here on this Kaisa with the Leandre's Anguish as well. Just kind of hits Cornelia Street. Make it stop. You gotta end the cycle at some point. You gotta dodge one of those missiles and make it a little more difficult. Okay, that one will miss. Okay, level 11s are coming through. Seeing some level 2 ultimates. I predict we're going to see a team fight in about T-minus 20 seconds.
Well, last time you called 10 seconds and it turned out to be over a minute. So
okay, listen.
Never underestimate the stall ability.
Yeah, never underestimate the ability for people to say, for the ADC player to say, let me farm one more wave, one more jungle camp.
Although, speaking of farming, 51 CS already over to the Misfortune.
Yeah, and it looks like when she gets back, if she's actually able to get some kills, she might be able to get a Lord Doms. She might actually also be able to finish off that Mana Moon as well, upgrade that immediately into a Muramana. That would be exciting to see.
I can see where the farm game Washed Up Has-Beens would want to buy a bit more time because they've just about closed this gold deficit that they've had just on the farming alone.
Yeah. Oh, Bo's looking for a pick. We'll get the Set, who doesn't care at all. Set says, I eat those for breakfast.
And, well, what was an attempted team fight is just going to fizzle out on an inopportune hook.
We have some bait pings coming through with which nobody listens to ever. You shouldn't either. Yeah, that Kaisa's doing quite a bit of damage to Wait Till You Back. Wait Till You Back needs to get some lifesteal at this point, honestly. Lissandra might try to go in. The binding will not find anything. Pepitas Nestle wants to go in. Just get the bandage toss. Just a little bit of damage.
Still no ult used quite yet for Washed Up Has-Beens. Although just on the minions waves alone, their Team 7's Tier 1 tower is already down to half health.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that with this Misfortune actually having a ranged AD threat, you can do more damage to the minions faster, and you can also get damage out of safe distance, safe-ish distance. Rabbit Squirrel. Was that the pillar? Is he going to take it? Do it. Uh-oh. Yeah, Pepitas Nestle is looking for some opportunities. Will find the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The hostile takeover will find a bazillion people, and this set might get a massive haymaker. Will damage Zhou a lot, but Zhou is actually healing up the Gore Drinker, and they might have overcommitted. This Ornn is demolishing everyone, spams the Mastery 5 emote, says, I don't need Mastery 6 or 7, I'm good enough. And now OP will fall, and the turret will not.
Question is how much health is left on this turret. It's at full health, but even with those cooldowns, I don't know, Cornelia's going to be the first back.
So that will be one execute. They don't have the hostile takeover yet. Bo wants blood. Zhou senses it, but Misfortune might be getting a lot of kills. 652 gold, triple kill. That is not what you want to donate over to Misfortune. So, like I said, wait till you back. Got some lifesteal. Finished off the Lord Doms. Is going to be very strong. Might be a Blade of the Rune King, but kind of with the composition, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was a Bloodthirster, just to be able to soak up more damage.
Well, they were wasting no time moving on to the T2 turret as well. They're going to melt that down.
Yeah, and this Ornn is doing his best to tank, but gets bound up, gets stunned up, gets killed, and that is the HP bar disintegrating for the Ornn. And this will be an inhib take at 14 minutes for Washed Up Has-Beens.
They smell victory and the opportunity to move on to the grand finals right here, right now.
Lots of sad B emotes and team of thumbs out coming out from Bo. It looks like this might be the final drive hostile takeover into the bullet time. Haymaker will land air, but it doesn't matter because Bo can't 1v5. Maybe he can. Will not be able to. And this might be the final push here. They don't need minions, but the Ornn Horn is coming through. If there's any champion that can 1v5, it would be Ornn, but there's also OMG. It's Dylan. Lissandra uses the Glacial Prison. The Misfortune is finished off. Pepitas Nestle is out of mana. Shalodin has the bailout on him, but he doesn't really have that much tankiness. And this Ornn, this Ornn is trying so hard. The Lucent Singularity does finish off the Lissandra.
I mean, they're just going to get the Nexus.
Shalodin says, I want to get the kills. OP's like, I want to get it. Bail out, bail out, bail out, bail out.
They got
it. Renata Glass, baby. Woo! You say GG, not even close.
Yeah, nice ace you have there. By the way, your Nexus is gone.
Yeah.
I do like how the way that Nexus was melted down was true to form to what we've seen the entire match. It was just Misfortune making it rain on the Nexus.
Yeah, Misfortune. Press E, press R, and then...
we can see why they were quite eager to make that choice once Misfortune got past the ban phase.
And I have heard that Daft Punk got game 2, so it's actually
going to be the
1-1.
first, game 3 that we're seeing. So
game 3.
Washed Up Has-Beens are going to have a little bit of a break before they move on to the grand finals.
So maybe they can wash up a little bit more, and they can be super washed up Has-Beens.
Well, maybe. I think we might be taking a break though, depending on where we are in the proceedings.
But for now, I need to find where.
But for now, he's still in the same position.
Oh, okay. I see. Yes.
Okay, yeah, we are going to take a break and then be back with the third game of the semifinals. See who moves on to the finals overall in this ARAM tournament. We'll be right back after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds on to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
It's something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another hit.
You didn't make a choice. So you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, hear a crowd, hear casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Welcome back to the first Collegiate Boss Battle community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a fun and casual evening of 5v5 ARAM. All brought to you by Voice Gaming, nonprofit member organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. Jacob and Noah calling all of the action for you here tonight. And we are just about ready to get into the third game of one of the semifinals to decide who is going to be joining the washed-up has-beens in the grand finals. It is either going to be, I've forgotten their names already
Boss
because
Battle
there's like 15. Oh my goodness, I see what you do.
Oh, that's even scarier.
That is even
scarier. It's scarier in real life. And this animatronic is very realistic.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, but it's Boss Battle Game Changers and Daft Punk Appreciators, I think?
Yeah, Daft Punk Appreciate. I think, remember, they change it with every single game.
Daft Punk Appreciation.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, it's lights out. Did we run out of power? Is this Five Nights at Freddy's?
Did we run out of power? It's game over. Oh,
he
no,
disappeared.
okay,
He vanished.
we're good. Okay, we're good.
But I hear we have some new keys to the game.
Yes, brought to you by Moog in League of Legends. That is going to be to ban Ornn, team fight, feed the Poro, and get good. Brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. I hear this director of Oklahoma.
So thank you, Moog. I love all these guests providing their keys to the game. However, Orn didn't see very much success last time around, but we're seeing bands coming out very quickly.
Really, yeah.
Tom Kenshin Swain. So nobody's getting licked today, unfortunately.
Yone next. Pretty standard. In terms of the bands that we've seen, Lulu is also going to be banned.
Yeah, so again, we're just seeing kind of like target bans. It looks like Daft Punk Appreciation has been doing their research. We see a Gwen ban as well. She can be very scary. I would have liked to see the Yone, though, because it's so funny to see Yone, like, try to engage, go in, completely whiff his ult, and then have to, like, recall his E in shame.
Well, it looks like no more J4. That ship has sailed.
Yeah. Unfortunate. No Prince Jarvan the Fourth today.
But Morgana. Still staying in there.
Winning strategy for the boss battle game changers. So, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've said that about 7 times this stream. And it seems to be correct, because I feel like this Morgana, her black shield and just her bindings, her engage, her range, everything. But
Nautilus and Nami almost insta-locked by Daft Punk.
It looks like there's lots of priority on this utility, the support, and the tankiness. So Nautilus and Nami, I think actually Boss Battle Game Changers pulled that out previously. So really just taking a page out of their book. The tank and the support, so we'll probably have another support. I'm trying to remember. It was like ADC, 2 supports, a tank, and a mage. Okay. Just trying to keep myself sane here.
Just trying to keep track of all... the roles that have been locked in, because at this point any variety would be news.
Yeah, and we're really seeing a focus on the utility support. We have a Leona and a Janna. So Leona gets that solar flare, and then Morgana binds you, and you don't move for about 10 seconds. This Janna will be able to peel, disengage, provide a shield for their AD carry, and Maokai. So another tank comes through.
Now it's time for the remaining 2 bans from each team. All things considered, both of them are, they pretty much know what they want and what they don't, because this has been a pretty fast draft phase.
Yeah, Kog'Maw getting banned. Vayne getting banned on the other side. They don't want to play against that. So sort of these hyper carries, if they get their lethal tempo powered up, Gunsu's Rage Blade kind of carries are getting removed. We might see double 80 carry bans here on both sides, which would be 4 80 carries getting banned. We do see Caitlyn. Caitlyn, I guess they got played, maybe, in the previous game?
Yes, maybe. We haven't seen any of her tonight.
And Wukong. Wukong can be very strong. He can be doing a lot of damage, and then he can also be very tanky with the Divine Sunderer build. It can kind of be a menace, so getting that one removed. Let's see the 4th pick here for Daft Punk Appreciation.
Still waiting on that final confirmation. This is the long... Oh,
it's Jhin.
It's still not too long.
Interesting. Because Jin's not your conventional AD carry. Obviously, he attacks much slower, and he kind of takes a while to scale up. He can go very fast. He can get lots of executions, but he's not going to be able to like do these kiting plays like some other carry. So if I had to predict an AD carry that Boss Battle Game Changers are going to play, maybe Kai'Sa like we saw. I'm going to see Ornn. Maybe Kai'Sa. I want to see Zeri. Twitch! Now that is an AD carry that can 1v5, can kite definitely. I don't know if you've seen any of those clips where like these people actually like that main Twitch have these bindings on their mouse buttons, so they just like left click, right click, left click, right click, and they're like stutter stepping and attacking at the same time.
Listen, it's a whole other world that you're getting into when you talk about custom mouse button bindings as well.
Yeah, I think like Rat IRL does that as one of the streamers. pretty toxic, nasty
Olaf.
behavior. Yeah, Olaf. Interesting. So it's a little bit of a variation here. So maybe this will be an AP Maokai, because there's not a whole lot of magic damage threat on the side of Daft Punk Appreciation outside of the innate base damages from the Nautilus and the Nami and the Maokai. So, it'll be interesting for us to see.
Overall, do you think this is still a pretty even draft?
No, I think the Olaf pick is going to bite Daft Punk Appreciation in the butt. I think they should have gone something with more range. Olaf is just going to get kited, especially early. They just have to run out his ult. If they picked some sort of AP Mage, they vary their damage more. Whereas Boss Battle Game Changers, they have that Twitch Janna. Twitch Janna with a Morgana Black Shield on him is going to actually just be the worst thing ever to play against.
Of course, you were also just saying, who cares about any synergies with Twitch when we were just saying that Twitch can just 1v5?
Well, that was sort of the what I meant by 1v5 is a 1v5 with the help of his team, which I guess is not a 1v5.
Which is not a 1v5. What even is that? Well, that's the biggest loophole I've ever heard right there to destroy the original meaning, but okay. 1 plus a certain amount V5.
So we have some more replays here. Oh, back when they were the boosted Lanimals. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yesteryear?
Mm-hmm.
So
those were the days.
Those were the days. Back when you could actually pronounce the name.
This was that early game that we saw them just absolutely tear through.
Definitely. Just saw the Kog'Maw. I mean, if your Ryoglu can pilot this Twitch as well as they did the Kog'Maw and the other carries that they played, then Boosted Lanimals or Boss Battle Game Changers is going to be in good hands.
I mean, the real question is if they do change their name in the finals, which
swear
if they
it
win.
Better be shorter.
I don't mind them changing it so long as it's shorter.
It better be shorter. That's all I'm going to say.
And then here we go, moving on a little bit farther in the match. This was the first game that they had against DPA. And they were using this Tahm Kench to great effect. No doubt why that was one of kind of the quickest chosen bans we saw from DPA in this third round.
They said, get this frog out of here. Call an exterminator. And yeah, we see RRR just not able to really find much on the Malphite. This is a nice 3-man ultimate by the Yasuo, but it wasn't good enough. Just Yasuo's just too squishy, not tanky enough, and then looks like, oh, this is the one from the Washed Up Has-Beens and Team 7 where we saw just the craziness of them turret diving and then being in this brush, and then Ornn comes in and finishes them all off. Ornn, the AD, assassin, carry, mage, assassin, I think I already said that, tank, support. Ornn does everything.
Overall, just a good pick. Well, like I said, this is the 5v5 ARAM tournament with a bunch of different people from various colleges, universities, and esports organizations competing. Again, another shout out to Voice for being able to put this event together for us. Voice put together a team of trusted experts from schools with established programs and histories within the collegiate space to kickstart their programs and offering. Voice members come from all types of institutions, from large public research universities to small private liberal arts schools and community colleges. So it's great to see all of these coaches and directors of their various respective esports programs be brought in. I see Noah has spotted a new place for the Doc cardboard cutout.
The creature has moved again.
Moved again. Well, that's the least of our worries right now. We've got to get into this third game and see who's going to move on to the grand finals.
I would much rather look at this game than look at that cardboard cutout over there. No offense to you, Doc, but I'm a League of Legends fan. I happen to be a fan of whoever's playing the best League of Legends, and that just happens to be people in this tournament right now.
Sounded like you were about to go specific there, but then realized you needed to couch your words based on whoever's going to win this.
Yeah, I'm looking at this CC combo, and RRR might be burning down the Toxin. Actually, Mommy Ashley gets pulled into the turret, and First Blood actually given over to Daft Punk Appreciation, taking off an early lead.
Bit of poke damage going back onto Kukui. RRR also down below half.
Rogue leader
trying to get away. Oh,
take the snowball. You know you want to do it. No. Interestingly enough, GG Kuki, the person that was the kind of the Vayne hyper carry, is playing the Olaf. I mean, I've played Olaf in an ARAM before, and you can get like 1v5 pentakills, but I think it's going to be very difficult against the team composition of Boss Battle Game Changers, especially with Rogue Leader, Caitlyn, just lots of peel, lots of utility, lots of things to protect everyone.
Continuing to move forward, a little bit of knock-up thrown up by Boss Battle Game Changers.
Just see farming again. Nobody wants to fight until level 6. There's no reason to. There's literally 0 engage from the side of Boss Battle Game Changers until they hit level 6. I mean, there's the Nautilus hook on the other side. Do we have some special lighting effects going on in the background?
No, I was just looking around. I got to keep tabs on all the cardboard cutouts around.
Oh, okay.
Because there are now ones in the audience. There's cardboard dog off to the side here. I'm just feeling constantly ever more surrounded at this point.
Yeah. But we got to be here in the moment about this game, because that is the main focus here. We need to be excited about what we're going to see as soon as all these people hit level 6 and we see Nautilus hook coming through. Black Shield be put on Mommy Ashley. Brain Blast going forward. Leona is very tanky, but this Jin will get the 4-shot off. Not doing a lot of damage right now, but it is a sizable amount. Boss Battle Game Changers wants to hit level 6 desperately.
Well, at this point, everyone is still hard stuck at 5 at this point. And we're going to see more of the farm game be brought out.
Relic will come through. Heal up a little bit. Foreign might actually turn into a champion at level 6, so will Leona. Well, that bubble might be devastating. Mommy Ashley has to use the W the other direction. Actually gets a 4-man knockup with the pillar. Brain Blast has to run away. The snowball will get followed by GG Kuki, but this Olaf does not have a level 6 yet. Will hit level 6, will be unstoppable, but he will die. The HP bar is the ultimate CC, and this Twitch will use the spray and pray, the rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Hippogriff just stands still, says, finish me off. And that is basically an unofficial ace there for Boss Battle Game Changers.
Unofficial ace is gonna, well, what was gonna say might lead into a bit of chip damage, get T1 turret, but Nautilus is back. RRR is gonna hold down the fort.
And Switch is just spamming his recall, spamming his emotes. Like the dastardly little rat he is. As somebody who plays Twitch, there's nothing better than being an annoying little Twitch and like sneaking your way in with the camouflage and then coming up behind them when they're not expecting it and just burning them all down. But 203 on this Twitch, so it looks like Brain Blast is going in. The Oran Horn will follow as well. Hits 2. Will knock up 2 as well as RRR is trying their best to tank. But they are 1v4 right now as Mommy Ashley is doing the same. RRR is actually staying alive. Still an X generic on this Maokai. Uses the Twisted Advance. And now Ryoklu has to hide. Needs to die. As Hippogriff on this Jin is going to be able to threaten basically everyone on the side of Boss Battle Game Changers.
Now's a chance to get some real damage against this T1 turret.
Importantly, Rogue Leader finally has the Elandri's Anguish, and X Generic is just burning down. So that death will be well used, and now GG Kyuki will get hit by the Morgana ultimate. Snowball will come through, and this Olaf wants everybody, might find everybody, is healing up. Will not actually be able to heal fast enough, but that was some good damage. And now the Ornn wants blood. The Ornn can sense it, but now this Jin has the fourth shot. Will use on Brain Blast, won't finish off just yet. The Sapling will, Mommy Ashley will knock up RRR, but it won't be enough to do anything. And Daft Punk Appreciation are kind of putting some pressure on Boss Battle Game Changers.
Although Boss Battle Game Changers, so many of their team members were just kind of hanging in there for the longest time. So now we're starting to see a little bit more buying from them.
Yeah, importantly, Berserker Greaves and Kraken Slayer here for the Twitch. The exhaust was used by Hippogriff on this Jin, so it's going to be very dangerous. Mommy Ashley might try to find an engage here. X Generic doesn't have Maokai ultimate, I believe. It just barely wasn't up, and now Mommy Ashley wants to follow through on the Ornn. And now this is a double kill for the Twitch. Might be a triple kill for the Twitch. Is this going to be a quadra kill for the Twitch? No, Leona will steal it, but they want the ace. GG Kyuki. It's the part where Olaf, if he can get into melee range, he can be dangerous. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Will have the shield on his W, but Brain Blast will just tank that up. And that is another unofficial ace there for Boss Battle Game Changers.
But something that's probably going to be a bit more official for them is this first turret that they're going to take. Although, fighting back, and Brain Blast's going to find himself caught out.
And now Caitlyn has to run.
No.
Caitlyn, run! Yeah,
Nope.
says, I'm dead. I have no health. I have no mana. Might as well die. Switch has 7 kills now. Very scary stuff.
No health, no mana, but most importantly, a Poro Biscuit.
No life. True. Use your biscuits. Use your biscuits, Jana. I see you have 2. They're non-ZMO. So Lana comes back. Is very tanky, and this Jin will get caught. Hippogriff is just burning down the Twitch. We'll have the spray and pray, is burning down X Generic. But now GG Kyuki wants to go on this Twitch. Will he be able to finish off Ryuklu? It will be close. The Jana ult is not able to save the Twitch. However, the Olaf will pay with their life. Now RR has to run away. The Dark Binding whiffs, and now RR flashes away, has to use that. Tornado will knock up Ace SB and RRR. This should be blue side priority to push this, but not really a whole lot is going to happen on either side. I lied. The Nautilus ult comes through, knocks up a bunch. Rogue Leader has 2 shields, but will get hit by the 4th shot. RRR is burning down this Ornn. Can't finish off the Nautilus. Wow. Here I was thinking that Ornn was the assassin tank mage. ADC marksman. Guess not. So this will be second item. Blade of the Ruined King for the Twitch, which will be very scary. Hippogriff wanted to use the Gale Force to finish off somebody? Just wanted to use it for laughs, I guess.
And we're still seeing a little bit of a difference between... Oh.
Yeah, Hippogriff gets ulted on, gets engaged on, but now Brain Blast has no mana. The Ornn Horn is coming through. This might be a good opportunity. Knocks up 2, but this Maokai will be able to zone, and more importantly, GG Kyuki is running down Ryuklu. Will kill 1, might be able to kill 2. No, it looks like some shields will come through. X Generic is going in. Very tanky Maokai. This Olaf doesn't have ultimate anymore. The 4th shot on the ultimate, the curtain call will finish off another. And now Daft Punk Appreciation should be able to make a significant advance here. Might actually be able to get the tier 1. Plus Mommy Ashley can save it, but Mommy Ashley is just saying, I'm gonna wait for my team.
They still have a few minions they can use to get a bit of damage under this tower.
Spray and Pray is coming through, doing quite a bit of damage, but GG Kyuki doesn't have ult up quite yet. Mommy Ashley will finish off the Olaf. Hippogriff isn't able to kill the Ornn with the 4th shot. Ace SB just lets themselves die with their team. And now maybe this will be a tier 1 trade. However, X Generic is up. Maybe with those branches, we'll be able to stop the push.
And that tower is just barely holding on.
It's gone. Reduced to atoms.
The real question is, I got to see who's using the Poro Biscuits more.
Olaf, take it. You know you want to. I'm the intrusive thoughts here for these players. Whenever you hit a snowball, you got to take it. That's the rule. I mean, that's not the rule, but...
It's a rule that you have.
No, it's not even a rule that I have. It's just like... It's like an urge, you know? It's like, you know, you really shouldn't do it. So this Twitch still doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King. Needs to die. But now, as we're approaching 12 minutes, these respawn timers are going to get longer. So this is looking a little dicey for Boss Battle Game Changers. They need to get their Twitch, that second item, alongside maybe that Hurricane or Lord Doms. We'll have to see, actually, what Ryokulu does after this Blade of the Ruined King. But for now, we just kind of have a stalemate.
DPA moving in, forcing a little bit of a retreat from Boss Battle Game Changers.
Yeah. Kind of looks like Boss Battle Game Changers kind of figured out the strategy. They say, there's the reason GG Kyuki went this Olaf, because whenever the Twitch tries to go in, the Olaf just immediately kills the Twitch, and nobody can CC the Olaf in that ultimate, so... Brain Blast is looking for a Solar Flare. I mean, actually uses the taunt there, says, I dare you to take that snowball. Bait is not taken. The Oran Horn will be used. Will knock up the Nami, and now the Olaf wants to go in, wants to kill this Twitch, but maybe has overcommitted as the Maokai ultimate comes through. Now Brain Blast is doing their best to tank. Sprain Play comes through. The depth charge will be used, and now lots of low players on both sides. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Mommy Ashley on this Ornn is tanking up, but goes a little bit too far, and now Ryokulu has to be careful. The Ornn, the Jin 4-shot comes through. The exhaust as well. Now Hippogriff has no summoner spells, but now the current call will be used. We'll see how good the Jin is at aiming. Gets one. Only gets one. But again, this is Daft Punk Appreciation getting the better of these trades. Ryokulu comes through, will finish off the Jin, get a shutdown there, but now has to run away from the Olaf. This Olaf is not taking any damage whatsoever from this Twitch. This is the power of the Ragnarok, but it's not even, Ragnarok's not even up. And this Olaf just says, I dare you. He's healing, he has Gore Drinker, he has a shield, and he is surviving for so long. Will eventually get shut down. Ace Espy left out to dry, fish out of water, and looks like the rest of Daft Punk Appreciation just chilling way back.
Okay, the good news is, though, is that Ryokulu, he does get the Blade of the Ruined King.
Gets the Blade of the Ruined King and gets the Hurricane. 2 items. So that's going to be a huge spike for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I was talking about, so... But this Olaf with Death's Dance and Gore Drinker and the plated steel caps just isn't dying.
Much as we were counting him out, he's managed to really make a huge impact during this game so far.
Yeah. Especially the Maokai with the Radiant Virtue. Every time Maokai uses that ultimate, just able to provide so much for their team. But as the game actually goes later, Twitch is not going to get any weaker, and then also the ornaments will be coming through, level 14, level 15, so we'll have to see if that Kraken Slayer gets upgraded to, I think it's like a Worm Fallen, it's like a Worm Fallen something, I don't know, we'll have to see. We'll have to hover it over it when he actually does upgrade.
A worm is involved is the main thing.
Well, it's a worm with a Y. Worm with a Y, so I don't know what that indicates. But Brain Blast is coming through. The Oran Horn will land as well. Solar Flare goes wide, but GG Kyuki is very deep. Will be able to finish off Ryoklu, and Caitlyn can only watch as their carry falls. And so far, there's a person advantage, but just barely for the side of Boss Battle Game Changers. Now RRR has to flash away, and Rogue Leader will get hit by a bubble. The Leona will go in, Brain Blast wants to take off, and now Hippogriff has to run away. The snowball comes through, Hippogriff will use a force shot on the Leona, can run away, but Hippogriff will get orange, but he's very fast. This Jhin is very fast, uses the Gale Force, shuts down, uses the curtain call, says it's my time for you to run away. Mommy Ashley doesn't care though. Janna gets finished off. Rest in peace, Caitlyn. But uh-oh, somebody forgot about Twitch. And Hippogriff has to use that flash immediately. But now GG Kyuki is out for blood. Or maybe just for minions at this point.
You've seen Boss Battle Game Changers has had a slight gold deficit the past, few team fights, but they've been, yeah, Hippogriff probably just going in, he wanted to reset.
Yeah, but again, more gold going over the Twitch. However, it might not matter because I feel like at this point, as it's getting pretty late into the ARAM, it's possible that if this Twitch dies, the Twitch won't have time to respawn even if he has shut down gold and items and all that. However, Hippogriff being down does provide a little bit of relief
so
for
they really gotta watch Kyuki then, because he's the one who's just been going for the Twitch every single time.
And it seems to be working out. Exhaust doesn't do anything. Bindings don't do anything. Ornhorn comes through. It looks like we see a repeat. Ragnarok gets used a little early, but it looks like Kyuki might not be able to reach the Twitch. And now Ryoklu is just free firing, is evaporating all of Dagpunk appreciating. That's a triple kill. And the Ace SB is going into the team. And it looks like 4-shot on Hippogriff. Didn't see the Twitch. He was camouflaged. And that is a clean ace. And that is exactly what Boss Battle Game Changers was looking for.
That Ragnarok popped a bit early, and Ashley was just able to tank all of that damage. There is Ryoklu just laid in wait. This could very well be the decider. I think they're going to get at least one of the Nexus turrets.
As a wise rat once said, I was hiding. I'm sorry about that horrible impression, but that's 2 Nexus turrets down. Rogue Leader will use the Morgana ultimate, and this Twitch is just free firing once again. This is what happens when you're staggered, and now the Hippogriff is going to die as well. Has to use the Gale Force to even get away, but the Nexus will just fall, and then it's Boss Battle Game Changers off of that 1-5-0 fight, just winning the entire game.
Well, quality of the impressions aside, I don't think that, Boss Battle Game Changers is going to be complaining too much.
Are you saying my impression? Oh, God, there's more. We have the entire squad over here.
Yeah, no. I got to say, it's the already one. That's the one that scares the most people because
True.
They usually place that one in
the production
room so it can stare into you past the windows. But anyway, so now we know who it's going to be. Boss Battle Game Changers versus the Washed Up Has-Beens for the grand final.
If that's going to be their name.
If that is going to be their name. I think we're going to have to take a break and then get the news update before we can make any judgments.
After my impression failed, yeah.
All right, we'll take it to a short break and then be back with the final game of this tournament. Who is going to win? Washed Up Has-Beens or Boss Battle Game Changers? We'll find out after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. It gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin.
You didn't make a choice. So you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Boss Battles community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals are here for a casual and fun evening of 5v5 ARAM, brought to you by a Voice Gaming, nonprofit member organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. Well, we've had quite an eventful night so far, but we have made it to the grand finals, where we have two teams, who I'm not going to name because they very well might change their names, battling it out. I'm still Jacob Palmer and Noah Guidara. Guidara, thank you. I knew it was a losing gambit no matter what I would choose. But
I
Guidara.
appreciate the attempt.
Thank you. I'm glad there's just appreciation there. But let's get on to the two teams with names that are a lot harder, even so, to remember.
We're going to do the Prince naming right now. The team formerly known as Boss Battle Game Changers, team formerly known as Washed Up Has-Beens.
Which they might, that name has brought them a lot of good fortune to the Washed Up Has-Beens. They are now at the final game of this 5v5 best of 3 tournament that we've been having, brought to you by Voice, aiming to serve as a trusted source of industry data, provide a platform for learning and sharing program best practices, bringing together a diverse peer group of collegiate leaders, and advocate for their members and create common standards for a fair and level playing field. It is the Voice 3v3, it's the Voice best of 3 5v5 ARAM tournament that we have been playing here tonight. Collegiate Boss Battles, as it is called, because a lot of the players here are, in fact, bosses of various different collegiate programs. We've got coaches from Harrisburg, Bo, the director of Winthrop Esports, who won CELO in 2021. So overall, a lot of experience being showcased here in these ARAM matches. Ready to head into the final round, but before we do, we want to give Sergio's keys to the game from Maryland in League of Legends, and that's going to be to ban Twitch. Stall for the late game. I'm not quite sure on that third one, though.
Get Baron?
Whatever works for you.
Play better. That's some Korean advice right there.
Get the Baron in your mind. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a mental. I don't know.
get the Viomon, like it's Twisted Tree Line all over again. But play better. Don't die.
I'm still baffled at that. But
I think that's the whole point. So we're supposed to be baffled.
But it's not even like you could say, "Oh, it was a mistake. I thought we were playing Summoners." I mean, we've been playing all night.
That's the joke, Jacob. That is the joke, is that there is no Baron on Howling Abyss.
I'm sure that is the joke, but it's still perplexing to me.
It's true.
All right, we're ready to head into the picks and ban phase for this final event. It is the Boss Battle Game Changers versus the Washed Up Has-Beens. And are there any guarantees that you think we're going to see in terms of the bans?
Guaranteed we're going to see a Twitch ban after we saw Twitch let Twitch not getting touched in one team fight. So guarantee is we're going to see at least one ADC ban on either side. We're going to see a Lulu ban at least once. Death and taxes. I don't know. Those are my guarantees.
And here you can see how both these teams made it to the grand finals. Washed Up Has-Beens and the Boss Battle Game Changers. Overall, though, I wish we could have seen a little bit more of the other teams. The only one that we got to see in round one that was knocked up was Billy Sprouts. We didn't get to see any of the Gladiators, Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, and Team 6, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Boss Battle Game Changers ate Billy Sprouts like the vegetables they were. Unfortunately, those sprouts died pretty early, so. But, fair opponent, because Boss Battle Game Changers have looked ferocious this entire time.
And Lulu ban, right?
Like I said, Lulu ban. We're going to see an ADC ban at least. We're going to see a Twitch ban. I mean, I'm not a prophet, but I'm a prophet. Or I can look at match history.
Can look at match history. We'll see how much stock we can put in your words. You already have some going for you with that Lulu ban. But Daft Punk Appreciation taking a little bit of time with this first ban.
Definitely. Fizz.
Okay.
It looked like a Tom Kench, but I guess we're getting baited. Unless it was a Tom Kench ban. So yeah, 2 support bans already. Because I think the philosophy here is, if you are red side, you are able to pick 2 champions at the same time. You don't want to give over 2 very excellent supports. Whereas if you're Boss Battle Game Changers, your blue side, you want to get that first pick, maybe have it be a tank or maybe another support. But we're seeing Lux ban as well. That was one that I called in my head, but I didn't say it, so I'm counting it. Now, Morgana as well, the 2 binders, the 2 people that, if they
prevent you from playing the game.
Yes, the no fun champions.
One final ban, and it's going to be a Mumu who's chosen.
Yeah.
That means the Twitch made it through. Do you think they choose Seraphim first?
Yep, Seraphim. And we saw on like Howling Abyss how the Seraphim, the fact that her ult extends whenever it hits an ally or an enemy can be used to great effect, especially when you're in such a cramped space. But also speaking of cramped spaces, J4 Nami, the Tidal Wave Cataclysm combo will be catastrophic.
But good news for you, because J4's back in the mix. He took
back in the mix.
He took a break for one game, but now he's back. Silas is also back too. He's been banned in a few of the past rounds, but is going to make it through this one.
Oh, it looks like Washed Up Has-Beens are actually on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so...
Again, that's happened multiple times today.
No, it's fine. However, Silas and Malphite, 2 very big power picks here. Just lots of AoE, wombo combo, potential. Silas says, hey, I love your ultimates. They're very great. I'm going to use them. That's kind of his power, and the fact as well that he can do a lot of damage. He is an AP threat. Sanja coming through is going to try and nullify this Silas, maybe.
We'll see how well that works out as we get into the final bans of Game 1 of these finals.
We're going to see a Twitch ban on Watch the Has-Beens. I guarantee it.
Well, Misfortune ban first.
Yeah, Misfortune ban first. If I'm wrong, your money's back. Not that you bet any money. Not that anybody bet any money. Hopefully not.
I didn't bet money. I bet Chuck E. Cheese bonus points.
Chuck E. Cheese bonus points. Looks like bench will be kenched. Senna. That's actually a What?
I think you meant to say Kench will be benched.
Will be benched. Did I say bench will be kenched?
Bench will be kenched.
Yeah, Senna's also another one that's kind of like a sleeper pick in ARAM because she has like so much range and then she just gets souls for free.
There's the Twitch ban.
And I am not a liar. I'm not crazy.
All the bonus points over to you.
True. And again, we're just kind of seeing lots of circles of death. It's the Venn diagram of death on both sides here. I'm not even joking. Like, if you look at your ultimates and you click it and you look at the ability preview, lots of them are circles. So,
I'm sorry, I got a reference I could list, but I'm gonna sit it out.
No, enlighten me.
Oh, okay. If you just look, the current vice president is very into Venn diagrams.
Oh, jeez.
Just look up. You'll be able to find clips. She says, "Who doesn't love a good Venn diagram?"
I see. Okay.
Which is really, who doesn't love a
Thank you,
good...
Vice President Harris.
She even brought her own Venn diagram. She actually prints one now. It's a funny thing, but you just said circles of death. It made me there.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to
the actual discussion.
Who cares about the leaders of the free world? Let's get back to the draft here.
So we see Mordekaiser and then we see Xayah. And I actually love the Xayah because if like the Yasuo tries to get a knock-up or Mordekaiser tries to get a grab or anything like that, the Xayah can just use her Featherstorm and dodge all of that. I really like it. She can do a lot of poke damage. She can do a lot of reliable sustained damage. I don't like the Mordekaiser for the same reason I didn't like it previously. It just doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh with the team composition that you're going for if you're trying to go for the Yasuo Wombo combo. I said combo twice. the Wombo combo squared.
The Wombo combo. The bench will be kenched into the Wombo combo.
Can't words.
Yeah, sometimes it's been a long night, but we are finally reaching the apex of tonight's proceedings. It is, I am getting ready to say all of the syllables once again. The boss battle Game Changers versus the washed up has-beens in the grand finals for the Voice Gaming ARAM 5v5 tournament. Best of 3 going into game 1 and just waiting for that spectator delay to wear itself out before we move in. And do you have anyone you ultimately want to give the nod to if we're going off draft alone?
I think we're going to give it to the Xayah. I think the Xayah, I don't know if they played it previously in a game we missed, but I think it will be an X factor depending on how well whoever is operating it is able to operate it. And I think we're going into some replays as well.
Yeah, and just seeing some replays might, jog our memory as to the overall talent level that we have to see here. Oh, my. The replays that truly matter.
Oh, no.
I appreciate it.
No. Get it away. Animatronic Doc.
And then I think you were a little bit, oh, nope. Oh, here we go.
That was the part where the lights went out. And then,
okay, yeah. I was about to say the lights are about to go out.
And then the Toreador song started playing. And now we just see a kind of early fighting here. And this nail biter of a game 3. This Olaf, GG Kyuki. Props to GG Kyuki. Tried their best, but they were just not able to kill the... They failed to kill the Twitch like 1 or 2 times, and that was all that was needed. That's the thing. The rat infestation, you got to kill every single one. Otherwise, they'll just survive and they will gobble up your entire team. I'll eat your pantry.
And we've also been seeing Ashley just being a very good tank throughout the entire night.
Absolutely. Mommy Ashley, I think on the Nautilus, here on the Ornn, really knows their objective, which is just to be annoying, be very annoying. Dies there, but hey, sometimes you just got to die to I don't know.
Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Hey, no breaking eggs in this economy.
No, you know what? That's actually true.
Listen.
Unless that omelet is very much worth it.
Listen, I'm saying if I make you an omelet, I'm expecting a Venmo afterwards. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, at this point, we are just about ready to head into this next match. And this is the triple kill. This is the reason that we saw that Twitch ban come out, because it was an interesting strategy by Kukui, who seemed to be working in the first half of the game at least. He was just charging down that Twitch so fast, but all it took was one survival of that Twitch.
One survival. The Twitch sprayed and prayed, went rat-a-tat-tat, rat with the gat, shot them all down.
I'm surprised you pulled that one off correctly.
I thought about it.
And, hey, it paid off.
It was premeditated, so.
All right, game one of the Grand Finals ready to be brought out. We've seen the drafts. We've seen the replays. Now let's get to the action as Washed Up Has-Beens go up against Boss Battle Game Changers.
Let's get ready to rumble. I'll feed the poros. Thank you, Caitlin.
Oh, there we go.
The Lami laugh spam, I swear. Just, yeah. Okay, we're already seeing some early action. Mommy Ashley tanking pretty well on the Galio. Ultimately, Cornelia Street.
Still hearing the yeah.
Yeah, you can hear it from...
That has such finger gun energy, too, at the very end.
Well, we'll have to see if that laugh changes anything, but this is just another one of those games where it's going to be nobody's going to want to fight until level 6, so you're going to get ready to hear that laugh get spammed a lot, Jacob.
Hey, you know what? It's better than the Lulu laugh, I'll say that.
True. That is true.
It has a little bit of Norm charm to it, whereas the Lulu laugh is just annoying, period.
I forget, there was a... This is way back. This is way back, like 10 years ago. Yeah, 10, 11 years ago. Maybe even 12 years ago, where I think it was Teemo or something. There was like a bug where...
Oh, look at Cornelia rocking out.
I know. But there was a bug where one of the champions laughed. It might have actually been like Robo Amumu or something. Oh. And as I'm
more
saying
on that later.
Yeah, as I'm monologuing, wait till you're back, has to recall using the gray screen. But anyways, that champion, I think it was Robo Amumu, their laugh could be heard by everybody globally.
Oh.
Friend and foe. Mommy Ashley is going in with the Galio, gets the taunt down on Pepitas Nestle. Shalodin wants to go in on the Silas, but gets cold feet. And now Rogue Leader might be in a little bit of trouble, flashes out, and this is looking like it's going to be very good for Boss Battle Game Changers, just barely surviving here. Mommy Ashley just says, hey, here, take this kill, Seraphine. And maybe Rogue Leader wants to do the same. Sounds like we have some all chatting going on. Oh, Shalodin.
Oh, wow.
Flashes in there. Wanted no chance for escape here. Ryoklu will also get killed, and we see some treasure hunters coming in. Seeing lots of lost chapters. Who's losing all these books? Bad joke. But,
oh, I do hear the Nami laughing, though, so
yeah,
all is right with the world again.
I'm just going to pretend she's laughing at my joke.
Based off your story, at least not everyone can hear it.
At least not everyone can hear it.
That sounds horrible.
Shalodin will
die. At the end of the game, it's not a Mumu who's crying. Everyone's crying at the end of that.
That is true. And that is the curse of the sad mummy, even if Amumu's not here. And right there, that fight, even though we didn't really call it, it was very plain to see it was a level 6 difference. Just the fact that Boss Battle Game Changers had their level 6s before Washed Up Has-Beens. And they might actually finish off this tier 1 at 4 minutes, and they will. Because Nestle gets very low. The Feather Storm comes through, dodges the Seraphine ult. Cornelia Street takes Ryoklu to Brazil, and might finish off the Xayah, will finish off the Xayah, even if Mordekaiser doesn't. Rest of the team will. And now it's going to be a little bit of tier 1 damage back for the Washed Up Has-Beens.
Isn't this the fastest tonight that we've seen a tier 1 tower fall?
That has to be a record for today. I'm sure there are some sweaty tryhards that 5-man queue in ARAM, and then they managed to get like the ultimate combo. But I'm really liking the emote spam going on. The Nami laugh, not so much, but the emote spam, loving it. Did you know? Okay, that was actually a great claw there, and Brain Blast is actually going in, tries to finish off the Seraphine. Seraphine just barely escaped, but now Shalodin has the J4 ult, might be able to use the Cataclysm against Boss Battle Game Changers. Will not. It looks like it was just a little bit of a scrap. But did you know that even though you can't recall in ARAM and Howling Abyss, if you press B, you can still use the recall animation.
Ah, okay.
It's like, there's like one where it's like Teemo's getting pulled up in a helicopter. That's like Omega Squad Teemo. Shalodin's going in, might use the Cataclysm, might not actually have the opportunity. The Galio ult will come through, dives in, and the Silas runs out of the J4 ult, doesn't use it, or maybe I missed it. But anyway, Cornelia Street, this Mordekaiser is trying their best to 1v5, but is not able to, as Lissandra picks up a double kill. And this is just going to be more of the same here for Boss Battle Game Changers.
We were talking about how impressed we were of that tier 1 turret at 4 minutes. How about a tier 2 at 6?
Hey, they know what they're doing. Rogue Leader says, see ya. That Malphite ult, Unstoppable Force, comes through. That will be 3 quick kills in succession. Caitlyn can only watch as their team just gets slaughtered. More of the same. Oh, but the Nami kills the Malphite, and that is the moral victory right there.
It's most likely going to be a Washed Up Has-Been's first tower secured.
Maybe the respawn timers will be there in time.
Ooh,
this is the problem, though. You got to be very careful. The Yasuo wind will come through, and Ryoklu is taking a lot of damage as Seraphine. The Encore will not find much, and Shalodin can't actually get any grabs through the minions. The Glacial Prison will come through, and that's going to be kind of a bit of a disaster there for Washed Up Has-Beens. Sure, you could say Boss Battle Game Changers did the same thing, but it was at the tier 2, not the tier 1, and now it looks like this tier 2 might fall at about 7:15.
And despite the short amount of time, these respawn timers have already made their way north above 20 seconds for Washed Up Has-Been.
Yep. But again, that could go either way. Ryoklu has that Kraken Slayer, still has that Warhammer. Galio with the Jack Show. Not a lethality J4, I'm depressed, but it's okay. But it looks like this J4 is just going to try to go for ultimate sustainability. He has that Spectre's Cowl, he's going to try and look for that Spirit Visage probably as a second item. Be curious to see. So we have Brain Blast going in as Cornelia Street takes Brain Blast into the Death Realm, and it looks like Venus Nestle was diving, goes a little bit too deep. J4 isn't able to die to Mordekaiser, however the Galio will die to Yasuo, and it looks like Brain Blast saved the Cataclysm, will get exhausted, will get 1v3, 3v1, and now Caitlyn again is the last one standing, and it actually might be Washed Up Has-Beens who get the tier 2 before the Boss Battle Game Changers.
Back-to-back towers, turning things around in a flash. That gold deficit brought back completely within just one fight.
Down Rogue Leader will use the Glacial Prison. Galio will come through, knocks up 3, but I don't know if they have enough damage here. The Silas is just able to heal, and Mommy Ashley has to tank enough for the team to come in.
Zaya will use the Featherstorm. Encore will not hit the AD carry. This Yasuo will fall. No, maybe the Seraphine will be able to finish off. The Galio will be able to. Seraphine takes a turret shot, dies with Glory, and now Pepitas Nestle is chasing down Ryoklu. Shalodin says, give me that. Yoink steals the kill. And that is one big Poro. I don't know if you saw that.
I would hope the camera moves back.
Yeah. Brain Blast is going in, has that Gore Drinker. Kills Shalodin, and it looks like we're just...
Okay, we're going to get a chance to see it again. We're going the other direction. I want to see. Point out where it was.
It's going to be very close, as soon as this camera pans down. Maybe?
Oh.
Pan down, camera. You know you want to. There it is. Big Poro. Big
wow.
Poro.
That is a real chonker.
But you need to feed it more because it can explode and make a bazillion Poros. Feed the Poro. Okay, are we going to see it? We're going to see it? We're going to see explosion? Hey! There we go. Poro explosion.
Hey. I'm happy now.
Yeah.
Look at all.
Look at all. It's a Poro. That is...
This is why I'm a little bit in favor of boss battle game changers right now. They knew what the true win
and Brain
was.
Blast is just stuck in this death realm, but this means Ryoklu will get isolated, will get hit up with the final breath there, and this is not looking good for boss battle game changers. Mommy Ashley can tank for heck of a second, but it's not long enough.
Now there's going to be Inhib brought down. Inhib and maybe one of the Nexus turrets, depending on how fast they can burn it down. Brain Blast is just holding on by a sliver. He gets taken out.
Yeah, but the Malphite will fall. The Encore doesn't really find anything once again. Caitlyn finishes off Shalodin, and now wait till you back. We'll wait until they back. That's triple kill for the Zaya, but the Zaya can't utilize that yet. It has to die. But next time the Zaya dies will probably be GG, so we'll have to see what the plan is for boss battle game changers.
Meanwhile, they're going to have to fight themselves past these bigger minions.
It's not just a bigger minion, it's a super minion. It's a minion and it's super. So I'm going to eat my words. I said this Mordekaiser wouldn't be used to good effect. It didn't really mesh with the composition, but I think I see the point now. Cornelia Street uses the ultimate on somebody like Galio or somebody like J4, and then that's a big engage opportunity, kind of caging them in. That is not there. So I will say Cornelia Street, well played. Clearly, you are the better league player.
Well, a lot of these, they are coaches.
They're coaches. You know what they say, those who can't do teach, and those who can do complain.
I'm not quite sure how that plays into what I just said, but I'm going to go along with it.
I don't know what it meant either. I just tried to come up with the second part.
But this is going to be the deciding factor here. A chance for Washed Up Has-Beens to close things out.
Looks like the headbutt will be used. Yeah, Cornelia Street is really tanky. Oh no. Galio misses his engage once again. This is looking like a Flash Malphite ult opportunity. Actually, the Malphite doesn't actually have Flash. The Encore will be dodged by Mommy Ashley. And as Galio is tanking 4, but will not be tanking 4 for much more. And now Brain Blast is just getting hit with the mallet. And now Brain Blast is coming in, but it's just staggered engages by everybody on the side of Boss Battle Game Changers. Zaya will fall. Caitlyn, once again, the last person standing. Filet-O-Fish served and delivered, and that will be game 1 going to Washed Up Has-Beens.
In favor of the Has-Beens, anything but right now. They are going to be moving on toward match point, and we'll see if they can close things out as we'll head into the second game very shortly. But before we do, I believe we just want to take a quick break and then be back with what could possibly be the final game of the night. So you're going to want to stay tuned to see how things turn out. We'll be back after this.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds on to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
It's something. It gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice. So you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Boss Battles community event. Coaches, directors, and industry professionals here for a casual night of fun, a casual fun evening of 5v5 ARAM. Brought to you by Voice Gaming, nonprofit member organization guiding the future of collegiate esports. Well, Jacob and Noah here to call what is possibly going to be the final match of the night as we are in the grand finals, and Washed Up Has-Beens have a one-game lead over the Boss Battle Game Changers, who are indeed going to have to change the game around and move things on to a Game 3. Do you think, Noah, that the Washed Up Has-Beens have what it takes to make this a 2-0?
I think they do. They definitely demonstrated it, because that was a pretty convincing game right there. And Boss Battle Game Changers are no slouchers themselves, so the fact that Washed Up Has-Beens were able to actually just kind of run away with it maybe says a lot about their skill level, their coordination as a team.
Now, if we're going to see Washed Up Has-Beens run away with it, As we're about ready to get into the pick and ban phase, what would be the main thing you're looking out for to say, oh, they've got this 2-0?
I guess sort of the same composition. I don't know. If they get Seraphine again, definitely I think they 2-0. Because I think that Seraphine was really just, like, very impactful. Like, her empowered abilities. She can shield. She can heal. She can slow. She can snare.
And again, a Fizz ban.
Yeah, interesting.
They must know something we don't. Maybe something that happened earlier in this tournament that they just don't want to deal with it.
Set off fish sticks.
Morgana also banned, quickly followed by the Sylas.
Yeah, Sylas was also a big part too, because he's just able to do so much magical damage, and then stealing the ultimates of the other team. That's enjoyable if you're Sylas and you're on the team with Sylas. It's not so much fun when the Sylas can do a better ult than you. So I think it's actually the boss battle game changers on the left side. It will just take a second, because those bans would make a lot more sense. They don't want to give the Seraphine away for the washed up has-beens.
Right now I'm still going on the assumption that the teams are on the right side, but again, we've been fooled many a time.
Fool me once.
Oh,
no.
The Ashe first
no,
time.
Absolutely not. I do.
Your thoughts?
ARAM Ashe is a menace. It does not deserve any mercy, because all she has to do is spam 2 buttons, W and R. She slows, and then she can buff her entire team by pressing 1 button. Yeah, so...
Yeah, we were correct in our intuition that they were swapped around. Boss Battles is on left.
But ARAM Ashe, because also the cooldown reduction, I don't know if she's going to go with Axiom Arc or something, but that ultimate cooldown is so low, especially if you get a lot of ability haste, and then it is just the most obnoxious thing ever. Like, ARAM Ashe, this is how desperate the boss battle game changers are to actually win this, to tie it up, to even it up, that they have gone down to the depths of ARAM Ashe. But we also see a Tom Kench. Frog back onto the stage.
Now Wash Up Has-Been's going to get 2 picks of their own. They're going to bring out the Misfortune, which was also something with a very also a champion with a very spammable ability that you can just zone out so much with. And, well, we've been talking so much about the Poros, I guess it only makes sense that Braum was going to show up eventually.
Stand behind me, friends. Bad impression, but that's mostly to just deal with the Misfortune. If that Bullet Time comes through, maybe you can also deal with the Bandage Toss a little bit. So kind of seeing a little bit of variety on the side of boss battle game changers. Seeing that Yasuo does get banned because they do have the Malphite, or they don't have the Malphite. The Malphite's on the other team, and they don't want to deal with that.
I think that's Janna also banned.
Yeah, Janna. There's lots of supports getting banned out here on the side of Washed Up Has-Beens. Again, Brand, guess we'll never see him. Unfortunate.
Always in the wings and on the minds of the teams, just not wanting to go up against him. Final ban coming through for Wash Up Has-Beens is going to be the Twitch.
Yeah, they just really don't want to play against that, and maybe that's a good strategy. We're seeing Nami.
Oh, Nami's back.
Nami, so we're going to hear that laugh, definitely. I think they've kind of picked up on it now. They've been watching the stream. That we can hear the Nami laugh. And Syndra coming in. So Syndra, she got kind of like a mini rework, I don't remember, a few months ago. Basically, she gets like, I think they're called Splinters of Wrath. And basically, the more she hits you, the stronger she gets. So you got to avoid her abilities. Otherwise,
I mean, more so than the general trend of the more time they hit you, the more powerful they get. Because that's kind of with everyone.
Well, I mean, she doesn't even have to kill you. She hits you with her abilities. And we also see Kindred here. So maybe this is a very big brain strategy here for boss battle game changers. Because, yeah, Misfortune, this entire team can like wombo combo you on the side of Washed Up Has-Beens. But they can't kill you if you're in the Kindred Ultimate. So we'll have to see if that is actually utilized effectively. And Gragas. So really, we're shaking things up here. We're seeing a lot of different picks. I'm very excited. AP Gragas is one of my favorite things to play on ARAM as well.
Which, of course, as we established earlier in the night, if it's your preference, then it's the correct preference.
Well, I mean, Tank Gragas would also be great, but just AP Gragas, you can see a lot of things where like he uses his dash, and then there's a way you can do it. It's actually pretty easy, where right before your dash ends, your body slam ends, you flash into them, and they can't dodge it. They can't dodge it, and then you can just spam all your abilities. And then if you're AP Gragas, their HP bar goes from here to here. So I'm speaking from experience here.
Judging by the look on your face, positive experience? Or
positive and negative. I've been on both. I've been on both sides. Mostly positive, but it is really fun to play AP Gragas. So I really hope it is AP Gragas, but we're probably going to see an AP Ashe, maybe Axiomark out here. So you're probably going to see the AP Ashe Imperial Mandate build with the Muramana. Actually, don't know what ARAM Ashes go, but all I know is that they go Imperial Mandate, and that's all they have to do. But I'm just excited because we're seeing new champions here in the finals.
That is nice.
It is nice.
People we haven't seen all day. Rom making his debut. Well, I guess the one exception is the Ashe. That's the one that's the new champion you didn't want to see.
I didn't want to see Ashe. I mean, I suppose it is fitting because she's an Avarosan, and this is I forget what it's called, but basically, even if it is lore appropriate, I don't approve.
Well, we'll just have to see if that one final Hail Mary works out. These players are playing for the victory in the Collegiate Boss Battle, brought to you by Voice, putting together a team of trusted experts from schools and established programs and history within the collegiate space to kickstart programs and offerings. Voice members comes from all types of institutions, from large public research universities to small private liberal arts schools and community colleges. And it's been great to see so much talent and wisdom be brought to the forefront here in this ARAM tournament, but things just might be winding down as we are on match point for the washed-up has-beens. They had a pretty convincing win in game number 1. Will they be able to close it out 2-0 in the grand final games? We're just about to find out right now, but we go to Sergio's keys to the game. And it's only one, really the key to the game. Don't.
That's very ominous. This is very ominous.
This is, where things go wrong in the horror game.
Uninstall.
Yeah.
Uninstall. If you're playing League of Legends, uninstall. For your own sake. I guess
the only way to guarantee everyone wins.
You can't lose a game of League of Legends if you don't play a game of League of Legends. That's what I'm saying.
That's foolproof logic. I'm right there with you.
Oh, man. What a night it's been.
That's why I'm undefeated.
You're undefeated in League of Legends. How about Hearthstone?
You know what? Let's change the subject. No, I don't want to talk about it right now. I'll have plenty to talk about this weekend over that. But now, we are ready to head into the grand finals. Washed up has-beens. Boss battle game changers. No matter how many times I say that, it's never going to sound right because a team with four words. 4 words is just too much.
4 words, and one of them has 5 syllables? Boss battle? No,
game.
6. 6. Boss, battle, game, changers. Yeah, 6.
Wow,
versus washed up has-beens.
That's 4
versus
but
6.
It's still a lot.
Clearly the syllables don't matter because 6 is greater than 4. However, that did not stop boss battle game changers from
I
losing
suppose
that
the largest word I can think of in the collegiate space would be Shenandoah. That's still 4.
Shenandoah
is 4.
Yeah, true.
But it still flows off the tongue better than what we've been seeing here.
AP Gragas, baby. I want to see the Night Harvester. I do want to see the Night Harvester. It looks like that is what the Gragas is going to do, and that is going to be OP exploding everyone on boss battle game changers. See, the washed up has-beens can actually take it.
Meanwhile, boss battle game changers, we can already see that they're still feeding the poros. They've already used almost all of their biscuits.
True. I suppose that is correct. However, the Ashe hasn't already, and that's another reason for me to... Okay. I got to get off my tirade.
No redeeming qualities whatsoever.
No redeeming qualities. You already see that Vandal Glass Mirror coming through. So yeah, it's Imperial Mandate Ashe. And the tier. So that's my tier. Rolling down my cheek of ARAM Ashe. But I actually am very excited to see if this Kindred can like pop off, maybe get some excellent ults, be able to save their team.
Meanwhile, it seems like it's the standard trepidation that we're seeing from both teams, at least till everyone gets to 6.
Seems to be the name of the game.
Although Ashley might be caught out here.
Yeah, Mommy Ashley taking a lot of damage, but as Tom Kench is fearless, Braum says, stand behind me, gets in front. Lots of concussive blow stacks, but none of them will get fruition. And again, we're just going to have a little bit of a stasis here. And it looks like Pepita's Nestle might have gone a little bit too far, and it looks like Opie failed their body slam flash combo. May have ran into a minion. I don't know what happened there, but the damage was just not there.
We're already seeing the big Toro with the brand mustache. I like it.
Oh, really?
The
right.
Braum mustache, excuse me.
Yeah. Right, I forget. When Braum's here, you get the Poro with the mustache.
Oh, that's everything to me.
Maybe that's another reason to like Braum, you know? He's just such a likable fellow.
See, someone actually who has redeeming qualities other than, unlike certain other champions.
Yes. Absolutely.
Like even if you're losing, you know, you're just like, you know, what a great guy.
What a great guy. Can't be mad at him. Oh, looks like OP's going deep, gets a body slam on a couple, and a rogue leader is in danger, will fall, and this is a double kill for the Amumu. Wait till you back, wants to get some more. Caitlyn has to flash away. The Ashe will die. Picks up the Kindle Gem, and this is Washed Up has been kind of taking a little bit of early control in the game. Malphite comes through unstoppable force into the bullet time, into the curse of the sad mummy. They wanted to make sure that this lamb got slaughtered, and that's absolutely what happened. But now they have to retreat. Opie has 3 stacks on that concussive lows, won't get 4, waits to be back, takes a turret shot, so that strut will not be up for a little bit. But maybe this Misfortune Gragas just want to see if they can reset.
Cornelia back to the party.
Landmark on the Amumu. Interesting target. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. The Amumu is always going to be wanting to go in. Already see Shirelli is on this Nami, so early Mythic.
Well, Opie taking a bit of a hit. Some poke damage going to take him what was below half health.
Yeah,
takes back up a little, but
has that chug jug with him. That's the Gragas passive. Every time you use an ability, or not every time, it's on a cooldown, but that's a nice thing. You can heal up.
Always nice to be in control of your own fate in that regard. You can just heal yourself up.
Absolutely. Gragas is getting pretty low on mana, though. It has the tier, so it might be a little bit deceptive. The Gragas has Dark Harvest as well. So this gives me hope that this will be like a full AP Bomba Gragas. But for now, this is exactly how you play it. You just have to wait for the perfect opportunity. When they least expect it, you go in. Okay, for a second there, I thought the cask was thrown, but just the barrel. Seeing lots of farming. This Misfortune getting quite a bit of farm.
Yeah, currently has the complete lead of it, closely followed by the Kindred for boss battle.
This Relic will be taken here. Good use of the opportunity. They're waiting for everybody. Nobody left behind. Just a little bit of health and mana.
Overall, despite how fast we kind of got started out, because I think at the 4-minute mark I was questioning whether that tower would fall, but it's been 2 minutes, 30 seconds of basically nothing since then.
Yep. I'm a little disappointed. Not in any particular person, just everybody, for not fighting like maniacs. Which, I mean, I suppose if it's match point, there's the Ashe arrow. ARAM Ashe might be paying dividends, and OP might be able to find a combo. The bullet time comes through, but it just gets blocked entirely by the shield. Pepitas Nestle is left out to dry. The Syndra ult will kill the Braum, and Cornelia doesn't get away in time. The misfortune. And this is the combo I was talking about. The Nullams Respite comes through. The barrel might actually be Kindred counterpick, but it doesn't knock people out of the healing field just yet. So a little bit of a strike back there by Boss Battle Game Changers.
It's overall going to be more traded toward, more picks gone toward Boss Battle Game Changers. That's put them in the gold lead for the first time this match. But it will no doubt give washed up has-beens first opportunities to get some real purchases in here.
So far, OP hasn't really had any opportunity on this AP Gragas. That's not really no fault. That's no fault of their own, because they haven't died. They haven't had items, so they don't really do that much damage.
Don't you just hate it when the one time you want your teammates to actually be picked off, they can't be for the life of them?
It's like that meme, the suffering from success, but wait till you back might have gotten a little bit too far, and so as Pepitas Nestle takes turret shots, gets eaten up by the Tom. Kench gets licked, gets killed. Shalodin on the Syndra is not able to maneuver it, has to just die, and now this Braum is just so tanky. But hey, good! That's what I love to see. I don't know if that was intentional, but the Ashe has Imperial Mandate now, and now she's full build, so.
Although, again, considering the fact that OP has not gone shopping at any point during this game so far, that's pretty impressive.
True. That's the power of the Graggy. He has a lot of cushion. Whoa. Oh, this might be a turret dive! The shield will negate the bullet time pretty much, and now Brain Blast ults. Pepitas Nestle will get frozen up.
Still first tower.
Yeah, but hey, they say we'll sacrifice somebody with no friends to get that turret any day of the week. Maybe one of these days Amumu will find a friend.
Just maybe.
Just maybe.
Although I think the laugh glitch probably burned a lot of bridges. Meanwhile, again, shout out to OP. He's at 305. He has not fallen once.
Yep. Glacial Fissure comes through, does a little bit of splitting up the team, and Pepitas Nestle says, I'm doing this again, going through OP, completely whiffs the body slam, has no mana, has enough for 1 W, but can't even finish off the Nami. Maybe we'll have to see the Scatter of the Week come through for the Syndra, and yes, the Nami will die. And now we're going to see the Braum probably follow suit. But Mommy Ashley is just licking, is sampling the buffet, but unfortunately doesn't get a full course meal. 5-0-7, no mana. 10 minutes in, still hasn't died.
You would think it's bound to happen sooner or later, but
this is like the Obi-Wan meme from the original Star Wars trilogy, where it's, you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can even imagine.
I mean, maybe that's the ultimate strategy, is just don't take
out.
OP's
going in, he says, boom!
He can go shopping now!
One man unstoppable forwards, the Curse of Sad Mummy is good, but it looks like this is just sacrificial lambs to get some turret damage. Is this going to be a pentakill? This is going to be another pentakill for Ryukyu. Well, I don't... Was it Ryukyu that got the pentakill? I know Vayne got one. Yeah, Ryukyu got the Callista pentakill. So that's what, 3 pentakills so far that we've seen?
Not too bad, all things considered. There goes OP getting the chance to
The
spend
Night
all of this
Harvester,
gold.
the Archangels, this is what I want to see. The Pen Boots, I want to see some damage, OP. I want to see it. Although he has to be careful because this Braum could just play Disruption. There's the Night Harvester damage. Uses the Explosive Cast to get away. Misfortune Bullet Time comes through. The Enchanted Glacial Arrow as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And OP just dies. And now this Braum has to run away, but Pepita's Nestle might be threatening some sort of engage opportunity. Gets the second bandage toss. Tom and Kench. Mommy, actually, that's a huge scatter of the week, and Lamb's Respite is not able to save Nami. And now, wait till you back will actually fall. Lamb gets one. I suppose it's Kindred as well. It's two. There are literally 2 people. Now, Mommy Ashley has to be careful. Is not careful enough. Will die, but the Amumu is traded. And now, as we see the Gragas picks up Amp Tome. 435 gold, baby. And as we see the Ashe die off screen, she is not even given the dignity of
she doesn't deserve the dignity
of an on-screen death.
As it should be.
As it should be. Come on, OP, I want to see it. OP has Flash. I want to see the E-Flash into the Explosive Cast. But this Braum is going to try their best to make sure that doesn't happen. Snowball misses.
Another minion swarm cleared out.
Is that a Ravenous Hydra on Ashe? Oh my god, what is that build? I don't even know if that's good. Clearly it's AoE damage. I know it's reduced for ranged, but man. I try not to be judgmental, Jacob, but
that's a huge qualifier.
If it was an ADC Ashe build, if it was like Kraken Slayer or just like Bork or something, I would respect it infinitely more.
But now what you didn't respect in the first place is even less respected.
Yeah. See, look! That arrow was used like 15 seconds ago, and it's back up. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but... Okay, it looks like Cornelia is threatening an ultimate. Will actually find it. Scatterway comes through. The bullet time as well. Curse the Sad Mummy. It looks like it's a bit of a wombo combo. Ashe immediately falls. The Amumu gets exhausted. But this might not be the fight that Wasp has been once. Is this the combo? It sort of was, but there's not enough damage from OP. OP completely whips the body slam once again. However, the barrel should be able to do some sort of damage to Tom Kench. It will. Alright, Mr. Proc. Now Shalodin. Let's see if the Kindred has been farmed up enough. No, just gets eaten up, gobbled up, and watered down by Caitlyn.
It is an ace, but not too much time to bask in your victory. As Wait Till You Back and Cornelia have respawned. Not going to be a full tower take based off of this one.
And Malphite didn't want to move anyway. That Ashe ult's going to be up in about 15 seconds, maybe 10.
Man, that is moving fast.
Yeah, it's almost up. So it looks like this will be a stopwatch. So probably Zonia's third item here for OP. However, I want to look at the fact that this Misfortune has been doing amazing with these bullet times. We actually have Rogue Leader taking up a lot of damage. However, that shield's about to pop. Tom Kench is going in. This might be disastrous for either side. The tidal wave comes through as well. Glacial Fissure only finds the Malphite. And now this might be a split team here for Boss Battle Game Changers. The Malphite ult comes through. The Lamb's Respite. Curse the Sad Mummy, and Gragas knocks him out. OP, you did what you had to do, and you did it beautifully. Oh, bravo, you just needed one, and now the Ashe has to run away. So it's only the superficial bot lane here left for Boss Battle Game Changers. We'll see how long that lasts. The Tier 2 is falling. This inhibitor will follow quickly. Yeah, spam your arrows all you want. They don't do anything. Oh, mosquito bites. All right.
Oh, this is going to be a Nexus turret as well.
Yes! OP, I love you. Okay, and the Tom Kench will knock up quite a few. The bullet time will come through. We'll get pretty much shielded. Wait till you back. Uses the heal, but this Braum will probably finish off the Misfortune. And Opie isn't done. He says, let me cook. Uses the cast, but it's exhausted.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Unfortunately. But this maybe is the best thing that could have happened to the side of Washed Up Has-Beens.
I mean, they got one Nexus turret, and now they're going to have oodles of cash to spend.
Yeah, Azania's Hourglass comes through for OP, so we'll be able to survive longer. The Syndra isn't getting any weaker. I wonder how many Splinters of Wrath she has. And Caitlyn might just be dying to the super minions. Oh, but we have to focus on the Gragas. I wonder if we're stuck on Gragas' POV, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised.
Not that you're complaining at all.
I'm not complaining, but...
if it means we see more Gragas and less Ashe more.
I suppose. What's an Avarosian, or what is Howling Abyss? But the Freljordian champions. That was the word I was looking for. We got Gragas, got Ashe, you got Braum. Arrow hits. And this might actually be a good Ashe arrow opportunity. The Glacial Fissure comes through. That's a lot of shielding. However, Misfortune hasn't used the bullet time quite yet. Braum falls. Paddle comes through to little to no effect. The Scatterweight comes through. Shalodin has to back up. And this is a Curse of Sad Mummy. Hits 3. Opie knocks him out again. That's not going to be able to heal him. Ashe will fall. Kindred will fall. And all of them will fall. Caitlyn again. It seems like every time Caitlyn is the last one standing, will be the last one to fall in the finals. Boss Battle Game Changers. Unfortunately, couldn't pull it off. Washed Up Has-Beens take it 2-0.
Congratulations to the Washed Up Has-Beens. They are going to be the winners of the first Collegiate Boss Battles community event. So thank you to them. Thank you for everyone from Voice to participating in this event. It was fun seeing so many program coaches and influential people in the influential people being able to compete here tonight. And talking about influential people, now is the time that we have to shout one of them specifically out as the player of the night.
Opie.
I knew you'd go with that. Call it personal biases.
I mean, it took him a little longer, but finally got those explosive casks.
Yep.
So.
All right, I'm being told to go to break or close it out because I believe that's the end of the tournament, so I don't know what we would be
we
back
might have a player
for.
of the game, maybe an interview. Maybe a surprise interview. We're being invaded here by production. Figuring it out. But meanwhile, yeah,
we're
just going to break. We're just going to break.
With what? I don't know, but we'll be back.
Find out.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me about all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
people in the crowd there cheering my name on, I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
You didn't make a choice. So you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Welcome back to the conclusion of the Collegiate Boss Battles community event. We've seen a lot of great gameplay. Just closed it out with a victory of the Washed Up Has-Beens against Boss Battle Game Changers, who ultimately weren't able to change the game ultimately in their favor. But now we look back at everything that we have here tonight and nominate a player of the night. And I think we already know personal biases included. Who your nomination is.
It's not so much personal biases. Like, obviously, there were other great players on the side of Washed Up Has-Beens. But I think OP, like, honestly, with the Lem's Respite, the Kindred ult coming through and gets that explosive cast, knocks him out. So not only do they not get the healing, they are not invulnerable, so they just die. I think those are huge. So that's the reason that I'm nominating OP. I think they're just that last game was just phenomenal by them.
Well, we'll just have to see who the nod ultimately goes to. I don't necessarily have... Is there anywhere... I can't think of anyone. I would just have to probably just let you have it on the pure... No, it's going to be... Oh, Ryoklu on the Twitch. Remember?
How could I forget about Ryoklu? Honestly, I didn't want to nominate somebody from the team that didn't win. But if I had to, it would have been Ryoklu. Definitely getting those pentakills, getting all those quadra kills. They had an excellent performance. Obviously, they're very, very mechanically gifted AD carry, and I think they can be proud of their performance.
Congratulations to Ryoklu for being the player of the night, brought to you by Voice, serving as a trusted source of industry data and providing a platform for leading and sharing program best practices, bring together a diverse peer group of collegiate leaders, advocate for their members, and create common standards and a fair and level playing field. It's Voice Gaming. Thank you very much for putting on this tournament, and thank you, Noah, for joining me tonight. It was a night that I'm glad you were able to end on such a high note.
It was a blast being able to cast League, and especially when it's like not just super serious, when it's like a fun tournament like this, ARAM, but especially when it's kind of a bunch of misfits honestly playing. I mean, I'm not calling a bunch of collegiate esports people misfits. I'm just saying like they're not the people playing; they're the people coaching.
Yeah, it was a fun night all around. We want to thank you most of all for joining us and watching on this tournament. But that is going to do it for us tonight. We hope you have a great evening. Hope you stay safe and join us back here next time for the more Voice esports action.
He will use the orange, but that can't stop a knockup. And now Ryoklu is gigantified. Might finish off Dog Turkey. Will finish off Dog Turkey. Will finish off the Zareth. Is this going to be the pentakill this time? The red comes through, and this will be the pentakill. And this Kalista has got a Kiting Shield bow will get popped, and it looks like Ryoklu might be able to get saved in time, and it looks like Gigantify comes out just in time. The gigantic growth. Sergei-Slavic will fall, and now Dog Turkey on the Vigard can do only nothing. And how many quadra kills have we had now? Like 5? 4? It's like, will we see a repeat? Ragnarok gets used a little early, but it looks like Kyuki might not be able to reach the Twitch. And now Ryuglu is just free firing, is evaporating all of Dagpunk appreciating. That's a triple kill. And Ace SB is going into the team. And it looks like 4-shot on Hippogriff. Didn't see the Twitch, he was camouflaged. And that is a clean ace, and that is exactly what Boss Battle Game Changers was looking for.
Now that Ragnarok popped a bit at 4 minutes, how about a tier 2 at 6?
Hey, they know what they're doing. Rogue Leader says, see ya. That Malphite ult, Unstoppable Force, comes through. That will be 3 quick kills in succession. Caitlyn can only watch as their team just gets slaughtered.
I mean, maybe that's the ultimate strategy, is just don't take
Yeah,
out.
OP's going
there
in,
we go.
he says, boom!
He can go shopping now.
One man Unstoppable Force, the Curse of Sad Mummy is good, but it looks like this is just sacrificial lambs to get some turret damage. Is this going to be